Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of our conference. The fifth panel is the transition to a post-hegemonic global order, domestic politics. The panelists are Professor Quah from National University of Singapore and Professor Yu-Shan Wu from Academia Senegal and National Taiwan University. Professor Dun Len Jun from College of William and Mary will chair the panel. Now, let us welcome Professor Jun.
Thanks for coming on a Saturday morning. This panel continues our discussions on the post-hegemonic world order. But unlike yesterday's afternoon, this morning we are looking at the whole things from the vantage point of domestic politics. We have two superb, renowned panelists with us today. Quah and Yu-Shan Wu. Quah, after building the Department of the Economics with the LAC, he is now in Singapore, holding the Li Ka-shing chair, and also serving as dean of the school there. He's very versatile with research interests in mainly in three important areas: economic inequality, economic growth, as well as international economic relations. For the economic inequality, I think it's worthwhile mentioning that he has broadened our discourse on that by including more variables there, particularly the hindrance and also building advantage for the social mobility, which has tremendous implications for the distributed outcome there. He's also very much active in the studies of world order, taking an economic approach to it, addressing both on the demand side as well as the supply side. He's not just busy producing knowledge for us, he's also very generously sharing and diffusing knowledge in various world-renowned forums. And also, he has given advices to the international organizations, regional organizations, as well as national governments there. Our second speakers will be Yu-Shan Wu, who is academic missions, as well as the funding director of the Institute of Political Science at the Zhongyang研究院, and also distinguished research fellows there. He holds three chairs throughout Taiwan, national universities in Taiwan, and he's the Quah, leading charge, in several areas of research in political science, including the semi-presidentialism, including the theorization of cross-strait relations, and early on in the area of the economic transition, politics of economic transitions in the former socialist countries there. And recently, not putting the bios here, he is also diving into the comparative kind of IR approaches, introducing the historical sort of dimensions to the current discourse there. So time management-wise, I will follow sort of a well-established sort of tripartite structures here. 1/3 of time, for the one panel discussion and another panel discussion, 1/3, and leaving probably good 30 minutes, for our Q&A. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Danny to come to the podium. Danny, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Cheng, for your very kind and generous remarks. Good morning, colleagues, and those on the online audience as well. It's a great pleasure for me to get to be here to speak to you on issues that are of great concern to all of us, I think. The topic that I have been tasked with is to discuss the post-transition global order, how that might look like, what forces might be driving us towards that, not just from the perspective of all possibilities, the entire universe of possibilities, but from the perspective of, as Professor Cheng says, domestic politics. I want to be a little bit liberal in how I interpret domestic politics here and the tension between domestic politics and world order. So there's a hypothesis, there's a particular hypothesis that I want to examine, that I'm examining in this paper that I want to describe to you over the next 25 minutes or so. And that hypothesis is that domestic politics is one of a set of unexpected drivers pushing transition in world order, pushing transition in the international system, in the global order. And whatever the form of the post-hegemonic global order emerges, is going to be conditioned on these unexpected forces. So the particular hypothesis that I state in the paper is that third is something I'm going to coin the phrase for, third forces. By third forces, I mean not the first, not the second, but unexpectedly the third. Third forces, which include domestic politics, which include third nations, not third world nations, third nations, nations that are not the leading G2 great powers of the world, third nations, or small states like Singapore, like pretty much everybody else in the world outside the United States and China. The hypothesis that these third forces can indeed exercise agency to effect change in world order that otherwise would not have occurred if just the great powers and the foreign policy elites within the great powers were left only to themselves. That is to say, the hypothesis that I want to examine is that the world order that will emerge is, yes, a consequence of intensification of great power rivalry between the United States and China, but not just that. That third forces, domestic politics, other nations, can exercise agency. But for this change to actually occur in the post-transition global order, it is not enough that third forces seek to exercise agency, that they seek to articulate their aspirations for what the world might look like, but that the great powers, the G2, the United States and China of the world, well, the United States and China, that these great powers themselves have to show elasticity. So this is a talk about third force agency and great power elasticity. Without the both of those, without third forces seeking to exercise agency, without domestic politics making a show of it, and without the great powers actually being budged by, moved by what third forces aspire, announce they would like, the new outcome will be pretty much like the old outcome, that there won't in fact be a post-hegemonic new global order. Okay, now the proposition that I'm arguing, the hypothesis that I put on the table for you, will for some scholars be considered ridiculous because there's a long tradition in international relations thinking that says that nothing outside the great powers matter. It's only the great powers that determine outcomes. Sometimes people think of that as realism, but it's actually a large branch of international relations thinking. There are those who say third forces, third nations, they're way too disorganized, they're too small. How can they actually exercise agency? Even if the great powers were accommodating, were elastic to the wishes of domestic politics, it is really only, even if they were accommodating, even if we did have the United States and China and other potential great powers being potentially accommodating, the foreign policy elites, the Jake Sullivans of the world, writing in foreign affairs, pronouncing on the new Biden doctrine, even if they were accommodating, the third forces, domestic politics, third nations are just way too disorganized and fragmented. for them to actually have an impact. So the sense in which I'm standing up here talking about model and hypothesis as an academic and as a scholar, not just as someone who is trying to put a platform for change in the world, is that this is a hypothesis that seems to, in some quarters, seem quite impossible. It is a hypothesis that needs to be tested. Perhaps not in a randomized control trial, natural experiment kind of way, but a hypothesis to be tested nonetheless using empirical evidence. That's what I want to deliver to you in the time that I've got. That there's historical evidence, there's statistical evidence, as well as notable counterexamples to third force agency and great power elasticity. That's what I would like to do for you this morning. I might not be able to dot all the I's, cross all the T's, far from it, but I hope I've conveyed enough to you in this introduction to tell you where I'm headed with this. Now, for some of you in the audience who might know me in another guise, you might think of me as an econometrician, as a time series econometrician who thinks about disturbances to business cycles and inflation, and what am I doing up here talking about world order in the international system? Isn't that something more for international relations scholars than for econometricians? And you're absolutely right. But over the last few years, I've been trying to use the econometrics that I know to think about great power politics, to think about the international system. So here are some definitions that you might have already gone over in Amitav's excellent talk yesterday, Bill Easterly, Daniel Roderick, and others who've spoken yesterday. But here's how I, as an econometrician, view the tokens of analysis in great power competition. So for me, world order is a mathematical object. It is a collection of nations. It's like a topological space. It is a collection of nations together with norms and conventions that help determine the behaviors of these nations. Great power rivalry is one such example. Multilateralism and a level playing field with globalization is another example of world order. World order transitions from one element of a topological space to another. Included among the constituents of my definition of world order are the rules of the game. So let me be very clear. World order, the word order in world order does not mean orderly. It does not imply the opposite of disorder. Included in the features of world order might be, as I've indicated here, a ranking of nations. So according to some measure, whatever measure you want, power, military spending, GDP, whether you're the world's reserve currency, all these other things are components of how international relations scholarship measures power. And in that scholarship, there's thinking about there being a ranking of nations. For that thinking, a post-hegemonic global order means a change in this ranking. A change in the ranking that removes the leading hegemon today, the United States that currently sits at the top of this ranking, to possibly another nation who might be less imperialistic, less hegemonic. There's a leading nation, there's a second nation, and so on. This is probably one of the leading ways many people think about world order. But in what I've laid out for you, in the way that, as a technical econometrician background, I think about world order, actually all that world order is, it's a hugely complicated, high-dimensional mathematical object that carries implications. If you think about world order as this ranking, then that comes with certain consequences. You think about the world as being zero-sum, because the only way there can be a reordering, a change in world order, is if this ranking changes, and rankings are zero-sum propositions by definition. The number 2 nation cannot become the number 1 nation unless the number 1 nation becomes something else. There is a zero-sum nature to this kind of thinking about world order. This kind of thinking about world order magnifies the differences across nations. I don't think this is a particularly helpful way to think about world order, but unfortunately it's the one that we're stuck with, many of us. You can think about world order as being complicated objects like networks. They could be trading networks, networks of relations, those who use the same backing for their reserve currency, and so on. Certain norms and conventions define networks of nations. Or you might think of world order in terms of demand and supply, which is what I do. But there's a lot of work to go from a ranking to a model of demand and supply, what appears on the axes, what's this high-dimensional mathematical object. So all of that is a background to what I actually do. Okay. So I don't have very much time left in what I've been generously allocated. So let me get to what the work in this paper actually does. I want to tell you about models along the meta model that I've laid out for you. I want to tell you about what the characteristics of those models are, and I want to tell you about the characteristics of this new model, not the new model, but the new equilibrium that I want to propose. Okay, so here is an old extant model. It is a model that many of us who are international relations academics think of as realism. It is a model that's 2,000 years old. Thucydides, who many of us, whether we're IR scholars or otherwise, think about now in terms of that awful Thucydides trap, that in the linear ranking of nations, where the number 2 nation seeks to become the number 1 nation, there's going to be international violence. Thucydides said many things. His focus wasn't just something that Graham Allison would go on and enshrine as a Thucydides trap. Among other things that he said was that the way nations or city-states or powers deal with each other is that they need to ignore third forces, ignore the domestic politics, ignore the third nations, ignore everything else, because really what it comes down to is the G2, the United States and China, the strong, doing what they will, and the rest of us suffering what we must. Whether you're interested in domestic politics, whether you're like me, who lives in Singapore, a small state, third nation, not really in the top ranks of any kind of world order ranking, the strong do what they will, the weak suffer what we must. And this is enshrined in the way the leadership, the political leadership of many small nations think about us as being price takers. We are price takers. We're not among those actually determining the form of post-hegemonic global order. Thucydides said 2,000 years ago, the strong do what they will, the weak suffer what we must. It is up to the great powers to determine post-hegemonic global order. The rest of us suffer the consequences. There's no room for third forces, third nations or domestic politics. A more modern incarnation would be one of the teachers in the building that I grew up in as a graduate student, Kenneth Waltz, who was a professor in the government department at Harvard. He wrote in 1979 a modern echo of Thucydides. He said it is ridiculous to think about international politics, think about international system, world order, in terms of nations as random as Malaysia or Costa Rica or Singapore. It's ridiculous to bring those into the conversation. It's ridiculous to think about third forces or domestic politics, because really what the world is about is a world of huge market forces enshrined in the great powers, and the rest of us don't really have a say. Those are the extant models. I want to suggest that actually in the modern world, we now think of many alternative models. I won't go through every one of them, variants of international views on democracy, what republicanism is, the League of Nations, what we try and do when we construct multilateral level playing fields. Let me focus on just 2 items in this slide. The first of these is what's misleadingly labeled here as number 2, is hegemony. And hegemony is actually an economic idea. I mean, I know that we use it, V.I. Lenin uses it, Chinese political leadership uses it to denounce the actions of imperialistic nations. But hegemony, simply in the Greek, simply means benevolent dictator, something that in economics we learned from Economics 101. And how Charles Kindleberger used the word hegemony in what he called hegemonic stability theory was that the global system, the international system, world order, was the more stable, the more secure when you had a strong leader. And that leader was the hegemon. Charles Kindleberger, writing about the consequences of the Great Depression, saw the need for a single nation that could act in a unified, convincing way to be the lender of last resort in the international system, the consumer of last resort in a Keynesian-type world. Incarnations of this, America is the security officer for the world. If the Martians invade, or the next time the cordyceps around us rise and make all of us zombies, it will be America that solves these global problems. America provides the global public good, hegemonic stability theory. So for Kindleberger, his model of world order is one that's very comfortable with the idea that America sits at the top of this international ranking and determines what the rules of the game are. But America has not always been like that. And this is where I get into domestic politics. What's labeled here as number one is really the League of Nations, a level playing field with multilateralism and inclusiveness as planks with which we organize global order. The world should be rules-based, the international system should be rules-based and transparent. It should not be simply hegemonic. There should be international rule of law. There should be an open trading system. There should be collectively rational management of global public goods. These were the principles that we might think are valuable now as we think about a post-hegemonic global order. But these are the principles that Woodrow Wilson articulated in 1918 in the 14 principles that he laid out for the League of Nations. And here's the thing where some of you will already know where I'm headed with domestic politics. While Woodrow Wilson, the President of the United States, articulated this and attracted great support for this vision of a multilateral League of Nations, he attracted great support from foreign policy elites across the world, from the other great powers. One significant group that he attracted zero support from was the American people. The American people rejected this idea. They would have nothing to do with the League of Nations. So this was an instance where if Woodrow Wilson or the other leaders of the world had paid attention to the third force, which was the American polity, there would never have been a League of Nations. We would not have had the multilateralism that has been so good for the world. So this is my first example. I've told you about an extant model, and I've told you about an attempt to build a new model where actually what was successful about it was the rejection of domestic politics. Domestic politics in the world's greatest power would have nothing to do with the League of Nations, but the fact that the League of Nations came about to the resounding approval of all the other powers and the foreign policy elites, the Jake Sullivans of the 1920s, this was actually a great success for the world. But that's not the only way that the world has evolved. There's another example I think about when I think about the rejection of domestic politics. And this was also an example that was a good rejection. Okay. So this picture tells you where I'm headed with this. In the 1960s, America was coming out of a McCarthyist era. Richard Nixon, the candidate for the US president, was identified as creating a modern version, a kinder, gentler version of McCarthyism. But he was still a great communist hunter. He was still dead set against the idea that communism could be a part of the modern world. Across the world from him, China was in the throes of the Cultural Revolution. Scores of millions of people were killed in purges, through famines. There was total upheaval. The populations of America and China were dead set against the idea of any kind of engagement with the rest of the world. America, just on the eve of the Nixon presidency, was as much like America during the presidency of Woodrow Wilson as one might imagine in being anti-internationalist, anti-communist. Nixon and Kissinger, however, rejected that view of domestic politics. They rejected the American view of domestic politics in seeking not to engage with the world. Nixon wrote in 1969 in Foreign Affairs, China is on the other side of the world from us. It is a dangerous place. People are killing each other. They are exporting revolution to Southeast Asia. Should we not have anything to do with them? He said, no, we cannot afford to leave China forever outside the family of nations, there to cherish its hates, nurture its fantasies about the capitalist world, threaten its Southeast Asian neighbors. This planet is too small for 1 billion of its potentially most able, creative people to live in angry isolation. The fact that Nixon then sent Kissinger out for a rapprochement with Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong brought, along with a whole set of other things, brought about a world order that attracted economic prosperity for billions of people around the world, peace and stability across the United States and China, living in strategic ambiguity on what different parts of the world belong to whom, how you approach democracy, how you approach systems of governance. But that strategic ambiguity was associated with thriving globalization, bringing China into the world trading system, bringing hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. This rejection of domestic politics by what might have been viewed as a post-hegemonic global world order was actually a good thing to reject this. I want to suggest, however, that where we are now, we need to overturn this fine pattern of global leadership rejecting domestic politics, rejecting third forces. I think that we are now at a stage where we do need to bring in the successes of domestic politics, the successes of third powers in nudging along, changing the way the international system works. So this is how I'm going to end up my talk. Professor Cheng, I know I'm running out of time, but if I may, can I just take 3 minutes to say what the research then now goes on to do? What the research does is it says, while all of us might carry around in our heads visions of world order in terms of this ranking of nations, great powers, Thucydides, foreign policy elites, and great power leadership rejecting domestic politics, rejecting third forces, and that's been a huge fount of success for all of the global economy. That's not always been the case. I've been selective in telling you about these counterexamples. There are many examples where it is precisely by listening to domestic polities, by listening to what third nations want, that the global system has lurched from one equilibrium point to another and been more successful. The Bandung principles, I have 2 great scholars of Bandung here in this room, Dewi, Amitav, among others that I might not know. The Bandung principles led 55% of the world's population, none of them great powers, in 1955, in the late 1950s, meeting together to craft a united voice that was concerned about how the Cold War, that version of great power rivalry, was leading the world. The Bandung principles led to a non-aligned movement that's been successful in shifting international politics in its views on South African apartheid, in its views on racism. The Ottawa Treaty on arms control, which is an outgrowth of both the Bandung principles and the non-aligned movement, in Canada established new ways for us to think about how the world in its military had deployed landmines across the world's geography. And the Ottawa Treaty, although it's not been signed onto by China, the United States, or Russia, nonetheless has had Joseph Biden announce that he would hew to the principles of the Ottawa Treaty and destroy all the rest of America's landmines outstanding. The rest of the paper goes on to document how we actually have a lot of small evidence, the Bandung principles, the non-aligned movement, the construction of the Berlin Wall, and its destruction of successes, where listening to domestic politics, listening to third nations has allowed world order to transition to a safer, kinder, and gentler configuration of the world. So I'm going to end here, but I hope that I will get to foist my paper on all of you eventually so we can read about how we need to move away from great power politics being played only by great powers, but listen to domestic polities, listen to small states, and listen to third nations. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dean Quah, for sharing so many insights with us, in such a short period of time. We learned a lot, at least myself, I learned a lot. First, I think you have said, what the IR scholars have been struggling to say, which is that IR literature is biased, for the great powers, and the bias against the small powers and medium powers, number one there. And then the advanced sort of hypothesis about the third forces, the agencies, and those G2s, G2's elasticities there. And then you also make a case of the complexity, the understanding of the multidimensional world orders there. And then number 4, you share with us your sort of a revised, badly needed revised realist model where n was used to be sort of equal to 2, but you make a case, for plus others, which might, indeed determine the good or bad outcomes there. And finally, most importantly, it seems to me that you called our attention to the importance to study domestic political forces there, be they in the G2 or be they in the other countries and so on. That may or may not serve as the foundation of our world orders there. Thank you so much. Now the podium goes to the Yu-Shan. Yu-Shan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Professor Quah, and the teachers and the students from the Taipei School of Economics and Political Science, and good friends from around the world. I'm going to talk about liberal democracy undermined, distribution crisis, and the reversion to identity. So I'm going to talk about domestic politics, but not in the bright light as has been shown by Professor Quah, but rather it's quite uneasy part when it impacts international relations. The distribution crisis is the core challenge to the liberal order. Distribution crisis in this presentation, I would have 4 parts to talk about this issue. The first one is distribution crisis will be understood in a social cleavage approach. The second part, I would talk about how global capitalism breeds a distribution crisis. The third part, right-wing populism won the blaming game for distribution crisis and reactivate schism on the community identity level, hence undermining liberal democracy. And the fourth part is a historical comparison with the interwar period and a conclusion on how to steer away from Cold War 2.0. The 4 parts in my presentation, as you will see on my slides, will have different colors for the headings. So you will know which part of the presentation we are in. So the blue part, sequencing social cleavage. In the history of the West, there are 4 social cleavages emerged, and then they were resolved or at least ameliorated sequentially. Cleavage number 1 is ethnic cleavage, which has to do with building the political community, and that is pre-materialist, namely before the Industrial Revolution. The second cleavage is that of the choice of political institutions, either authoritarianism, like absolutist kings versus democratic. That's also pre-materialist. The third cleavage has to do with left versus right. It is the materialist cleavage that emerged after the Industrial Revolution. And so the society, the country would have to decide just what kind of economic system it wants. The fourth cleavage is cultural and social cleavage, which is post-materialist. Cleavage 3, distribution, remains the dominant cleavage in the West. It has to do with the degree of state's intervention into the economy. That is the main issue. Now, how a social cleavage turned into a political cleavage. Political parties take positions along the dominant social cleavages and become champions of those positions. Failure to do so will result in political irrelevance. The dominance of the materialist cleavage in the West brought about parties competing on a left-right spectrum. So left-leaning Democrats in the United States, right-leaning Republicans, left-leaning Liberal Party, right-leaning Conservative Party in the UK, left-leaning social democracy in continental Europe, for example, in Germany, and right-leaning Christian Democrats, so on and so forth. The fourth cleavage, the socio-cultural one, has become salient and sometimes competes with C3 distribution in defining political contestation and nurturing political parties. For example, environmental issues, for example, abortion, for example, LGBTQ. But it is not always the case. In the established democracies, it seems that those countries have solved the problems of the first, second cleavages. They are competing on the third cleavage. For nascent democracies, they may be stuck with the pre-materialist cleavages, like cleavage 1 and cleavage 2. That may be the dominant. A very relevant case is Taiwan. We don't have political parties taking positions on a left-right ideological spectrum, but we have political parties basically adhering to different national identities, and as a result, the relation with mainland China would be quite different when you have different political parties taking control. So we are stuck in a cleavage 1 situation. So we think that the advanced, established democracies are more advanced, more developed, because they have solved several basic cleavages, and they can deal with the economic distribution or socio-cultural matters. They don't have to be worried about the community, the identity. And we have a logical sequence among the 4 cleavages. The community is the base. Without a commonly accepted community, with its boundaries and members clearly defined, no political system is legitimate. So secession will split a country. So when we are talking about political system, we need to stand on a firm political community. We need to know what is our country, who are included and who are not. So build on that, we can have a political system. And the political system then buttresses the distribution of wealth. Without legitimate political institution, no economic system is viable because property rights hinge on state enforcement. So the economic system would be dependent on a solid foundation of the political system. Without the political system to define, to buttress, and sometimes to change the economic system, we cannot think about enforcement of property rights, market, and so on and so forth. And then the economic system or economic survival and distribution is the base for dealing with socio-cultural issues. In economic crisis, other issues tend to be neglected. So the economic issue is always paramount. Now, if we have these 4 layers of cleavages and the natural logic of sequence among them, then if the underlying layer is undermined, so are all those echelons above it. So we have this. Political community buttresses political system. Then political system defines economic distribution. And then after that, we can talk about social cultural issues. So this is the social cleavage perspective that I'm going to use to talk about the distribution. And what is the position of liberal democracy? Liberal democracy is a political system. It stands between political community and economic system. It is based on an established community and lends support to the mode of economic production and distribution above it. If the consensus of community is undermined, if we do not know who should be included, and we want to exclude those are physically with us in a country, then liberal democracy is in grave danger. The minority group targeting, ethnic strife, xenophobia, all these things erode the base of liberal democracy. Community cohesion may be weakened in itself. So the base, we talk about the base and talk about the undermining of the base. The base may be weakened because of some inherent reasons, for example, demographic change, or through linkage with failure to manage cleavages on upper echelons. Namely, some of those issues that have not been solved may be framed as coming from the base of the whole edifice. So if we have this kind of a framing, if we have this kind of reversion to the political base to find solutions for our problems, then we are in big trouble because we are rocking the boat. We are shaking the very foundation of the whole edifice of social institutions. Let me talk a little bit about this distribution crisis. It has been mentioned by many speakers yesterday. The primary cause, global capitalism, the spread of neoliberal thinking, market reform, and so on and so forth, they are wonderful in terms of increasing productivity, suppressing prices, etc., but they have a negative side. Under globalization and technology revolution, capital moves globally. Production chain extends to where costs are most suppressed. Those left outside the new technology and the production chain become losers. The stagnant areas and those moving forward rapidly form 2 worlds, new tech and financial core in big cities versus traditional industries and countryside. Income dispersion accelerates since the 1980s with the onset of neoliberalism, the very famous book by Thomas Piketty, Capital in the 21st Century, documents that. And this is what Bernie Sanders said. 99% of new income is going to top 1% of Americans. And this spread to the world. The open door policy and economic reform of China and Vietnam, the implosion of the Soviet Union, the dissolution of the Soviet bloc, and downfall of European communism proclaimed the victory of the West and global capitalism. Neoliberalism spread to the formerly socialist countries. Washington consensus reigned. So it's not just formerly socialist bloc, but also basically every corner of the world. Under neoliberalism, widening gap between the rich and the poor cannot be meaningfully narrowed. And that was the heyday of non-inclusive globalization. And as we can clearly see, in 1980, the top 10% can account for like 25% to 35% of the total wealth in all these countries and areas: India, United States, Russia, China, and Europe. But then in 2018, you are finding that the top 10% would account for the wealth of between 35% to 55%. So from 25 to 35%, the top 10% of the richest people in these countries and areas. And then later, it became from 35% to 55%. There are accelerators, external shocks. The Asian financial crisis of 1997 was succeeded by global financial crisis of 2008, the horror of the global pandemic of COVID-19, which was declared to have ended, right? I think it was yesterday by WHO. Russian invasion of Ukraine and the hyperinflation from 2022 on. These shocks hit the bottom of the society most severely. Distribution crisis caused by global capitalism and neoliberal policies are exacerbated by those external shocks, and the blending game began. Now we can see the effect of the pandemic. Pre-COVID 2020, the poverty rate in the world was 8%. And it increased to 9.9% as a result of the pandemic. And if we take a look at this is 175 countries from 1961 to 2017. The aggregate of the increase of the Gini coefficient from the very beginning, from -1 year to the 5th year into the pandemic, we are seeing the Gini coefficient would increase by 1.25%. So pandemic would hit the bottom of the society when it would aggravate the distribution problem. Now, who won the blaming game? Who shouts louder? The left offers the traditional capital versus labor explanation. Basically, it's a distribution problem. So institutions need to be changed. Redistribution needs to be emphasized, and so on and so forth. So the left is working on that level, level 3. But the right claims that it is the foreigners and their domestic collaborators who are responsible for the distribution crisis. The foreign countries, the immigrants, the foreigners, the aliens. It turned out that ethnic and identity arouse deeper emotion and invoke stronger commitment than class. So the right won the shouting game. The right won the blaming game. Issue linkage by politicians led dissatisfaction with distribution to questioning of political community. It was just a distributional problem, right? It should be solved there. But then it was linked to the very base of the whole society, namely the political community and its relations with other nations. So we can see that from the American presidential election of 2016, we have 4 presidential candidates. We have Bernie Sanders, we have Hillary Clinton, we have Ted Cruz, and we have Donald Trump. And interestingly, for anyone who is casually interested in American politics, you will see that originally there was a left bound. That is, if you go beyond that, then you are not in mainstream American politics. Bernie Sanders was like that. He was sitting on the extreme end of American politics, saying things that probably some people would be interested, but he was not in mainstream American politics. And then the original right bound would exclude people like Donald Trump. Donald Trump was not in American politics before 2016, but nevertheless, people like that would not be considered to be decent mainstream politician in the United States, right? But then, lo and behold, we are seeing the original left-bound pushed leftward, and the regional right-bound pushed rightward. And we are seeing the expansion of political boundaries. Why is it the case? Because the left and the right are in a shouting game to explain who is to be responsible for the distributional crisis. But then if we take a closer look, we will find that what Donald Trump represents is a different right. His assault on the establishment is actually a reversion to pre-materialist cleavage. He is not economic right. He is nationalist right. He is ethnic right. And we can see this in other countries too. Now, this is a diagram that shows the vote for Trump and the unemployment rate. So they are positively correlated. And this is a diagram that shows the change in unemployment in the UK and the vote for Brexit, also positively correlated. And this is France. The first the presidential election in 2017, in the first vote, as you can very clearly see, the left map shows the political support for Ms. Le Pen. And the northern areas, the northernmost, and the Mediterranean coast are the areas where you have the strongest support for Le Pen, and the right map shows the unemployment rate. You are seeing that it's like copied to the right-hand side, or I should say the economic situation is copied to the political situation. So all these things shows that the politically disadvantaged are buying the rhetoric of the right populists. So we bring back our original figure, and we are seeing that, liberal democracy is here. It should be on the firm ground of a political community and try to solve the problem of economic distribution. And yet we are seeing people, when they are talking about the causes of economic distribution, they revert to political community. It's the problem of political community. It's the outsiders, it's the aliens, it's the immigrants, it's the foreign countries who are responsible for our economic plight. And the impact of right populism, it rocks the base of liberal democracy by questioning explicitly or implicitly the loyalty of targeted members of the community. It legitimizes highly nationalistic feelings and expressions, narrowly defines political correctness, prompts jingoistic foreign policy. Under great domestic international tensions caused this way, it suppresses freedoms and threatens to undermine democracy. For nascent democracies, if you find yourself in a distributional crisis, it poses a danger of retrogression to authoritarianism. It may survive the populist leader and force opponents to adapt to his or her policies, for they have to compete on a nationalistic platform. United States, after Mr. Trump, is not going back to the pre-Trump situation, but rather the nationalistic platform is already there. And Trump may even stage a political comeback, right? And this is to show the degree of illiberalism and populism. And all those right-wing political parties you can find up there. And this is the trajectory of the Republican Party moving one step after another towards the upper right corner. So finally, compare and conclude. A comparison with the interwar period is in order. We are on the brink of another Cold War, or possibly we have already moved into one. A comparison with the interwar period, that is 1918 to 1939, I think is in order. There are factors working in both historical periods that may be driving us toward Cold War 2.0. Namely, are we just past an inter-Cold War period? Just like in 1939, the world has passed its last year of the interwar period. So we could be truly, really at the end of an inter-Cold War period. World War at that time, during the interwar period between 1919 and 1939, had been fought, a world war had been fought in scale unseen before, with unprecedented losses of human lives and the casualties were won. Free capitalism reigned. Assuming at the time, economy would automatically revert to a state of general equilibrium, Keynesianism was yet to be born. Income inequality climbed to an unprecedented high. Economic crisis, Great Depression, and pandemic Spanish flu added to the plight of those at the bottom of the society. Right-wing populism and militarism rose, Italy, Japan, Germany, as Second World War broke out. That was during the interwar period. Now we can see that in this Piketty's very famous figure during the interwar period, the top 10% in the United States account for more than 40% of the national wealth, and it's zooming all the way up to 50%. This is in the 1920s, so in the interwar period. And after 1990, 1991, and when we move into the post-Cold War period, and now it might be the inter-Cold War period, in 1991, we started from about the same level, right, 40%, and then it went all the way up to 50%. So a similar rise of income distribution inequality. Now, finally, this comparison. During the interwar period between 1919 and 1939 and the inter-Cold War period, God forbid, but if that's really the case, between 1991 and 2022, if we use Putin's invasion of Ukraine as the start of the new Cold War period, then the position is the interwar period between World War I and World War II. The inter-Cold War period is between Cold War 1.0 and Cold War 2.0. Economic system, during that period of time, we have pre-Keynesian capitalism, lack of mitigating institutions, and in the inter-Cold War period, lo and behold, we have neoliberal global capitalism, lack of mitigating institutions. Income inequality unprecedentedly high during the interwar period, reaching the interwar high for the inter-Cold War period. Economic crisis, Great Depression at that time, global financial crisis, unprecedented since Great Depression. Additional external shock, we have the pandemic of Spanish flu during that period of time, and we have COVID-19 in our period of time. Right-wing populism on the rise, distribution crisis used to activate schism in community and identity, and now we have right-wing populism on the rise, distribution crisis used to activate schism in community and identity. War prospects looming large throughout the period, and then it reached World War II, looming also large through the period, not only in Ukraine, but very place where this meeting is being held, Taiwan. So finally, with all that, we are boldly moving into the new AI age, right? And that cannot bode well for distribution. The core of the world's multi-mega problems. I can only imagine worsening of the distribution situation. Solution is to enhance the capacity of the current political system to handle deepened distribution crisis so that activating community identity cleavage is less likely to succeed. And we might just steer away from the brink of Cold War 2.0. Thank you very much.
We are doing quite well in terms of time. Thanks, Yu-Shan, for really illuminating the presentation. At least for myself, I learned quite a bit there. First, you teased out the sort of 4 onion layers, if you like, of the political cleavage there, and also for underscoring the centrality of political systems. In wrestling with the distribution crisis, the inequalities that are the sort of fractured, by the different kinds of political cleavage there. And then you sort of dived into the distribution crisis, sort of seeing it as a sort of a result of the globalization, and okay, globalization, and also the providing both numbers and trend lines, as well as the logic, of the sort of the widening gap between the rich and poor, or at least, or if you like, sort of growing shares of the top 10 of 1% of the household, and so on. Thirdly, you duly, I believe, quite powerfully, sort of told us to dive into, to look into this game, which is no longer sort of quite claiming, but blame sort of attributions game there, and the arguing that the right political force, sort of populist right, has won the shouting games there, and finally, you did an excellent sort of the diachronic comparisons between the 19 interwar eras and today's sort of inter-Cold War eras there. And so much sort of a kind of the so many parallels there that you have drawn: financial crisis, distributed crisis, and also the political turbulence, and so on there. So I believe that these 2 presentations, dubbed well dovetailed perfectly. The Dean Quah's presentation really underscored the importance of looking into domestic political landscape, political forces there that may indeed speak well or speak ill to the global orders that may be emerging out there. Well, you sort of look at the sort of the global forces' impact on the domestic political landscape there. So really, we have a perfect match of 2 presentations there. The floor is now open for Q&A. We have a good 30 minutes for discussions and Q&A. So the very simple ground rule: make it short, and also, if you like, you can address your questions or comments to any one of these 2 excellent speakers. So the floor is open. I saw the Esteban, right? Yeah. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
So this is for Danny Quah. So I would like you to comment on this idea that the world order ranking is a zero-sum game. I understand, of course, that in a tournament with fixed payoffs, that may be the case, but payoffs are not fixed. That is, the particular rankings may lead to very different rewards for the different countries. And to the extent that that's the case, the third nations may have an interest in preserving a particular ranking. Even if they don't go up in that ranking, they may have an interest in pursuing the preservation of particular rankings because they are better overall for the world economy or for the world overall.
Thank you, Esteban. Really, really important points that you've raised. If I may, let me maybe restate some of the question and then address them. The first is your comment about how perhaps rankings, if we do want to think about world order in that way, maybe rankings are not really the zero-sum game proposition that I've put it so starkly. And I have to agree with you that in general, there could be attributes attached to the way we think about a ranking of the world's nations that makes it not a zero-sum game. However, I think the critical point that we're at is one where a lot of the international community and the lead nations themselves believe that by being the #1 nation, you get not just bragging rights, but you get real power and legitimacy in setting out the rules of the game for how the international system will operate going forwards. That America had a vision, a Woodrow Wilsonian kind of vision of multilateralism and a level playing field, was hugely important in how, as the lead nation, it was able to bring about the globalization that we saw in the 1990s and 2000s. What is really tricky now is what we think the critical attributes of the lead candidates for the #1 position are. Because arguably, it is now China that's pushing for multilateralism and a level playing field in trading in goods and services. America, on the other hand, sees great value to pulling back on support for the WTO, support for clear rules of the game that make it more of a level playing field, arguing instead for trading patterns based on friendshoring, and like-minded allies. Now, so the attributes change, and that gets me into the second question that you posed, which is, as far as third nations are concerned, the ones that don't come in either #1 or #2, but everybody else, they might feel that even if the rankings don't change, there is a transition to a different kind of post-hegemonic global order. And that might well be the case, yes. I do want to think harder about these points that you've raised about the desirability or otherwise of the ranking perspective on world order. But at the same time, I think that there's a great richness and subtlety associated if we do try and move away from rankings, from a linear ranking kind of perspective, because that does put in place the idea that certain things are important and really much more important than they should be. One of the great driving nightmares of many interlocutors in this discussion is simply a time series graph of when China's GDP overtakes the United States. The instant that happens, which will be 5 seconds after midnight on a fine June day in 2027, the instant that happens actually has no significance in the real world, none at all. But there's so much political and cultural baggage attached to who calls itself #1. And so I think that ranking of the world hugely affects people's perceptions, even though in reality, as economists, we would say it shouldn't, but it does. Thanks.
question to Danny. I really like this idea of third forces. It really brings to the table something that has not been conceptualized in that way. So domestic politics, third nations, small and medium, I guess you said small power, small actors, not so much medium. So this combination is a good one. It kind of resonates. What you're doing is adding to a new vocabulary of a world order. So I have a comment and a question. The quick comment is that, this sort of idea of third forces challenges the concept of multipolarity. Because multipolarity is, I was making this point yesterday, making it for a long time, that multipolarity is about powers, great powers, and material power, economic and military power, and that's how you have the pecking order. But everybody is talking about multipolarity. I was just showing them, the Americans even talking about multipolarity. The Chinese are talking about multipolarity. Indians are talking about multipolarity. Therefore, the question is, how do you conceptualize it? Like a third way of world order, or there is actually that term. It would have been interesting to change the vocabulary. I have my own term called multiplexity precisely because of the number of actors and the agency of other actors. The other question is, how do weak states or weak actors exercise agency? You talked about the Bandung conference. So it's a multilateral gathering of relatively weaker states, physically, not physically means in geographically small, but physically weaker states. But also another way of exercising agency could be through ideas. There is actually, maybe there's no necessary correlation between material power and ideational power. Some of the best ideas about world order peace have actually come from non-great powers. But I would like you to develop this concept of third forces. It'll be good to see how you conceptualize different ways they can exercise agency. Since I'm personally very interested, my 2018 book was called Agency and Change in World Politics. A lot of this was about agency of weaker states. But I'd like to hear from you how an economist looks at it, or political economist looks at it, because I looked at it from a political science point of view.
Thank you, Amitav. Those are really excellent points that I want to reflect on more carefully. Some of my quick reactions, you very nicely put it, how the way I'm talking about third forces, which augment the idea of third nations, provides an alternative perspective on, and actually quite a challenge to multipolarity. I hadn't quite thought of it that way, but you're absolutely right. Incidentally, I want to give you credit, Amitav, for something that you wrote in one of your books, Why Govern, where your introductory chapter actually talks about how we have spent so much time thinking about the configuration of powers among the great powers. I don't think you use exactly this language, but when I read that, how we have spent so much time thinking about the supply side of world order, and we have spent practically zero time thinking about the demand side. Why govern? Why are these great nations governing the world? And that is one of the critical formative events that led me to try to develop this idea of third forces. I agree with your second point that one of the obvious ways in which third forces, third nations, through the Bandung conventions and otherwise, have exercised agencies by coming together. In ASEAN, Singapore, where I live now, ASEAN centrality, the idea that whatever we do, it has to be ASEAN, the collection of 10, now 11 nations that take the unified position. It's one of the ways in which we try and go beyond the small nation that Singapore is, that we, by coming together in a big coalition, a consumer union almost, that we're able to effect change. And Singapore too, as I myself, in scholarship and otherwise, a firm believer in ideational power. Excuse me, the power of ideas to move forces. All of these are wonderful ways to try and develop this idea of third forces. And I want to pursue them. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a question for the second speaker. I thought it was a very interesting viewpoint you put forward on these four cleavages. And it made me think that in Bill Easterly's talk yesterday, he focused on neoliberalism in a sense of its delivery of economic benefits. And I think if I think about the Brexit issue in Britain, one thing that was very apparent to me there is that the defenders of the European Union argued essentially from an economic perspective that there were economic benefits to the Union. But the opposition to Brexit was essentially identity politics. It was the first cleavage. And that was not answered in any way. But I think there is a response to this from an internationalist perspective, is that we're members of a global community. And one reason for supporting this neoliberal order or the global community is actually we care about people in other countries. And that argument isn't made sufficiently, I think, that we actually have membership of this global community as well as nation states. And I think appealing to that and appealing essentially to this first cleavage might actually be a stronger argument for neoliberalism than the standard one that it delivers economic benefits. And I think there is this issue that we're really talking past people and we're emphasizing the economic benefits, which is not the question people are addressing. But there is actually, I think, a great interest, and my own support for neoliberalism is actually much more from a communitarian perspective, that I care about people in other countries, rather than just that it's an economic payoff.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. And I think when we are talking about the economic calculation, there is almost always an identity issue involved. So you may be thinking that you are making an economic decision, but actually there is this identity or community thing that is behind your rational, quote-unquote, rational thinking. So I think you're absolutely right in saying that for those who want to stay in Europe, they have this identity concern. But then I would also argue that for those who want to leave Europe, it's not just primarily caused by their economic considerations, but rather having to do with the fact that they don't want Britain to be, quote-unquote, ruled by Brussels. And I think this is in the mind of not only the unemployed workers, but also in a lot of areas, in particularly England, when the national pride is really very high. If you compare the support for Brexit in England and Scotland, you will clearly see that it is much higher in England than in Scotland. So in Scotland, there's no such thing as the Scottish national pride being deprived as a result of UK's continued presence in Europe. But then that concern is in the minds of the English voters. So what I'm suggesting is that the identity politics, the community politics, they have been brought back. And originally we were thinking that, oh, this is an issue that established democracies have basically solved. Of course, there are exceptions to that, but basically solved. But then with this aggravating distributional crisis, the old feelings, the identities and the community that have been brought back. Whether they are coached in economic languages or not is not the issue. But what I'm suggesting is the identity politics have been reactivated and we have to deal with it. Thank you.
Chair, may I comment on this discussion as well that David and Professor Wu are taking forwards? First is, I quite generally, I worry about how we use politics of identity as an explanatory device. it seems to me that it is both too loose and too rigid. And let me say why. When one of the ways in which we think about how income inequality has risen in the world and has led to the fractured global landscape that we live in is, people at the bottom of the income distribution feel that the global system has left them behind, so they want to push forward their own national brand. That then for us defines for us how the application of moving from an explanation based on economics alone to a cultural, political explanation, politics of identity. But the way we did that is by ex post defining what the identity group is. Ex ante, we might have said, with the increase in income inequality, the people at the bottom of the income distribution, yes, they should be very angry, and they should form a politics of identity based around other people who are also economically deprived. But that doesn't happen. In all the large democracies in the world, when poor people have been deprived, feel that they've been deprived due to income inequality, who do they vote for? They vote for billionaires. They vote for Donald Trump. They vote for Bolsonaro. They vote for Le Pen. They vote for Modi is not a billionaire as far as we know, but he hangs out with billionaires. He doesn't go hang out with, in the poor parts of Delhi. So it is a very peculiar way that we say income inequality has led to a rise in the politics of identity. Ex post, we say, poor people identify with Trump, therefore it must be politics of identity. But actually, ex ante, we wouldn't have said that. And so that, if I may, let me just close with my second point. I love the way that how David describes we are a global community. That's the way we should take this forward. And as a card-carrying member of the economics profession, where we write down social welfare functions to maximize, we weight everybody. Right? But the politics of identity only works when it's not 100% inclusive. For the politics of identity to work in any form, whether ex post, rationalization, otherwise, there has to be an us and a them. And if there's no them, there's no politics of identity. Once you talk about all of us being in this together, it's not politics of identity anymore. It's something else. And the critical thing, although I'm quite critical of how politics of identity can be used too loosely, it is critical in setting up the us versus them dichotomy. And that's why it was so powerful in the United Kingdom. It set up an us versus them. That is critical to how politics of identity works. Although how the us is still left for us to rationalize ex post. Thank you.
Let me respond. I think exactly when the workers voted for Trump, it shows that it's not the economic rationality that is working, but rather identity. And the reason is that if the left has its way, then all the workers, the unemployment workers and so on and so forth, they should vote for the Democratic Party because that's a left-leaning party. That is the party that has close relations with American unions and so on and so forth. But then the workers voted for Trump. So they are not working for their economic interest, but they are working for someone who can explain to them why I'm in such an economic miserable situation. And what Trump says is that even though I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a millionaire, I don't know whether he's a billionaire, I'm extremely rich, but I'm on your side because we all know that what caused your pains are the foreigners, the Chinese, their cheap exports to the United States, the immigrants, the illegal immigrants who are taking away your jobs, and so on and so forth. And so the workers are not making an economic or rational calculation. They are following their emotions, and their emotions are invoked by Trump's rhetoric in a stronger way than the rhetoric from the Democratic Party. So they are following their heart. And I think the ethnicity, identity, these kinds of things can provoke a person, can whip up his emotions more effectively than cold economic logic. So exactly when you have the economic deprived people voting for billionaires, that shows how successful those billionaires' right-wing rhetoric is and how pertinent identity is in today's world.
Yes, Alan. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you very much for the interesting ideas. Actually, my name is Eric. I'm from TSEF, so I'll try to be short. So I have a question to Professor Quah. So when we talk about world order, when we talk about competition between great powers, do you think that if you look at Cold War experience, it might sound like free riders, but third countries, they benefit the most? For example, if you declare you are communist, you can get a huge amount of subsidies, huge amount of experts, and support. And do you think that if we have next competition between the two G2, so we can expect that third countries actually could benefit the most? And second question is, do you think that, so for example, it would trigger another competition between the two systems? For example, where do people live better? Where do people have better access to health care? Where do people have better education system? So on. And where do people have better social mobility? So do you think if we have that competition in near future, we would have, better situation in income equality eventually? Thank you.
Thank you. Those are excellent questions. Let me use your question to pronounce on a general principle on competition. In economics, competition is a good thing. Competition is a good word. With competition, we all become better off, because competition makes us raise our productivity, improve our infrastructure, improve our health education systems. We improve ourselves to beat out the other guy. That's how we win in economic competition. Today, unfortunately, when we say competition, we actually don't mean that. We mean security competition. We mean techno-nationalism. We mean sanctions. What we mean is a kind of competition where I win not by trying to become better, but I win by encircling and containing the other guy, by doing the other guy down. What you describe as a possibility going forwards is to try and bring out, once again, the good sides of competition, the economic side. So yes, suppose there is a great power rivalry going on out there, but can the third nations, can third forces leverage that so that we get better help for improving our domestic health, education, legal, institutional systems from those who have the resources that can help us? And can we sort of, by falling into one sphere of influence or another, become better off? And I think that could be a possibility. I think, however, it is not going to be the best way to think about this as harking back to the Cold War. So again, on this, I might disagree a bit with Professor Wu on the panel. The Cold War was a time when John F. Kennedy got up on the world stage and channeled Hannah Arendt. Hannah Arendt, the German philosopher, who said that the final struggle in humanity's evolution is the great struggle between freedom and democracy and authoritarianism and control. That was the driving motivator for the Cold War. Today, the competition that we've got is about who controls the technologies of the future, who is economically more successful. And this is not at all an echo of the Cold War narrative, even though America now is resorting to that. America, has gone through a number of narratives on China. First, that China was the great revisionist for the international system. Well, actually, it's the United States now pulling back on the international system. That China was a society that was rife with exploitation of extra economic relations, while income inequality is about the same in both nations. Both nations have successful sectors and unsuccessful sectors. So I think that what your questioning is driving us towards is something very important, which is we do need to think hard about the economic, political, and governance systems that work for us. But we need to get away from the Cold War appeal to a contrast between democracy and freedom and authoritarianism and control. That's not helpful in the world anymore. If China were to have elections, there's a good chance that Xi Jinping would actually win. That's not the kind of thing we mean by whether a country is democratic or not. It has to be something else. So we need to get away from those old categories. Thank you.
Okay, we have last minutes here. I believe that we can accommodate one quick questions and one quick answers there. I saw the Lucas hand, right? First, no? Yes? Yes, please, identify yourself. I cannot, sorry for my poor eyesight.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question's for Professor Wu. Thank you very much. I thought it was really interesting how you talked about how you analyze politics through the four cleavages. So my question is, how can we move past sort of focusing on cleavage number one in terms of the right pushing the identity politics when it's not only the right pushing identity politics, it's also for the left issues of, I guess, race, personal identification, intersectionality is all placed at the forefront of political issues. So how can we move past the base when economic distribution and socio-cultural issues are all sort of tied with issues of ethnicity and identity in terms of whether if you're on the right or the left? Thank you.
Well, it's really indeed very difficult to separate, to differentiate those issues. But analytically, it is still possible if you pit different issues against each other and see how people would decide. And I would argue that the ethnicity issue is arguably the strongest issue that you can find in human political behaviors. For example, the greatest conflicts that we can imagine would be wars between nations. And nations fought wars under nationalist slogans. You cannot get people to die in a battlefield without sufficiently motivating them. How are you going to motivate them? Because we are a democracy, then they are authoritarian, because we have different economic systems. No, it's because we are different nations, and they are our enemies. One example is a very interesting one. Lenin and many of the communist socialists at his time during World War I, they were thinking of, we can overthrow the Tsarist regime in Russia, and then you, the German soldiers, should overthrow the German bourgeois regime in Berlin, and you, the French soldiers, you should do the same thing in Paris. And they suggested that, but then they found that the German soldiers, the French soldiers, shot back at the Russian communists, and they realized that actually nationalist appeal is much stronger than any other feeling, including class solidarity. So I think it remains the case here in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close this session with excitement. We got two great presentations and one very interesting debate between voting with the heart or voting with the mind. And then we have actually questions from the TSE students. We've got 4 or 5 questions from prominent faculty members, and we'll have 2 from students. So that bodes very well for TSE. Thank you. Thank you.
The 6th panel is the challenges of sustainability, aging, and environment. The two panelists are Professor Danny Canning from Harvard University and Professor Esteban Rossi-Hansberg from the University of Chicago. The chair is Professor Xianming Lian from National Zhengzhi University. Now, let us welcome Professor Lian.
Hi, my name is Ming Lian. I'm the professor in the Department of Public Finance at National Zhengzhi University. It is really an honor to be the moderator of this panel. We have two distinguished speakers in this panel. Both are going to talk a very important issue. Issue is in what we call the national crisis in Taiwan, aging and climate change. So the first presenter is Professor David Canning. Professor David Canning is Richard Stenhouse Scholar Professor of the Public Science and the Professor of Economics and International Health at Harvard School of Public Health. And he has been a consultant for the WHO and the World Bank, and he has done quite a number of studies in different areas. So his main interest is to understand the role of the demographic change and the human health improvement in the economic development. And today he's going to talk about the aging and the problem related to the aging. And he's going to explain why in his talk is especially focused on the aging is not a problem. Institutions are the problem. Okay, the second speaker is Professor Esteban Rossi-Hansberg, and he is a Grand Laureate Distinguished Service Professor in the Department of Economics at the University of Chicago. And he's a research associate of NBR and a research fellow at the Center of the Economic Policy. And he is also the co-director of the International Economics and the Economic Geography Initiative at the Banker Freeman Institute. And Professor Rossi-Hansberg has won many awards. Among them, he was elected as a fellow of the Econometric Society, and he has won the Robert Lucas Prize, and recently been the member of the American Academy of Art and Science. And like Professor Canning and Professor Rossi-Hansberg also has a wide research interest. Ranging from the international trade, regional and the urban economics, economic growth, and the organization economics. And today he's going to actually talk about the economic cost associated with climate change, and how much this costs actually to reduce the rising temperature within 2 degrees, and what is the perspective of the Paris Agreement. Without further ado, we're going to continue. Then they talked about their talk. Each speaker is going to have 35 minutes, and following by 10 minutes of Q&A. That would be okay for both of the speakers. Okay, first let's welcome Professor Canning.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about population aging, and I think one of the mysteries is population aging is actually, on its face, incredibly good news for the world, but people are incredibly worried about it. The idea that we're going to have longer, healthy lifespans is an enormous gain to human welfare. Economics is sometimes thought of as optimization subject to constraints, and the biggest constraint that you can possibly have is being dead. Being dead is not a lot of fun. The idea that we're going to live longer is an enormous benefit. I'm also going to show that it's not only longer lifespans, but it's longer healthy lifespans that we're getting. And so this is really good news. So why are we worried? I think one reason is that the rise in healthy lifespans is very unequal. We heard this morning about this fundamental problem in the world of income inequality. Actually, inequality is much worse than we think. Welfare inequality is much, much higher than income inequality because good health and long lives are closely associated with high levels of income. Rich countries have longer lives, and even within countries, the highly educated tend to have 10 to 15 years more life expectancy than the poor. So when we look at welfare inequality, it's much worse than the income inequality that economists usually talk about. Modern populations and the historical institutions that we have are incompatible. This is, I think, is the fundamental problem of population aging. And I'm going to propose that the solution to this is that we change the institutions. And that is actually, surprisingly, a novel idea. All of the literature in this field is how can we save the institutions? How can we save Social Security in the face of population aging? But the goal of life is not to save institutions. The goal is to improve human welfare. And institutions should serve people, not the other way around. I'll argue that the concept of old age dependency, and old age dependency is really at the center of our worries about population aging, is only partly a biological concept. It's mainly a social and institutional construct, and it's therefore changeable. And we tend to regard the dependency ratio as a biological factor when it's really a social and institutional one. And finally, I'm going to argue that there are negative consequences of population aging on economic growth. But an important point is that income per capita is not a welfare measure. GDP per capita was constructed based on a Keynesian idea of demand management. It's a tool for managing the tradable sector of the economy. Economists often use it as a shorthand for welfare, but it's actually a very bad guide for policy and can lead you into, I think, very strange policy conclusions. And so I think we need to move towards a more welfare-focused policy debate. This graph shows the working age share of a population as a function of life expectancy and fertility rates. And what you see is one of the striking features of this graph, as you move from very high fertility, 6 or 7 children per woman, to low fertility around replacement, there's an increase in the working age share. And I spent some part of my career working on this, the demographic dividend. This higher working age share promotes economic growth. It's behind a lot of the high levels of economic growth in Asia that we've seen over the last 40 years. And it's not just a mechanical effect of working age share, but lower fertility increases female labor market participation, leads to more investment in children's educational and health human capital. And so it's been a very beneficial force in the world. But what we see now is with rising life expectancy, these curves move down. So the bottom curve is with a life expectancy of 80 years. But also with fertility rates below replacement, we see low levels of working age share. And a move from a high youth dependency at high levels of fertility to high levels of old age dependency. And so it's this decline in the working age share that is also, I think, behind some of the economic worries about aging. A fundamental issue is really, are the old dependents? The UN defines old age dependency as 65 plus. But that's an arbitrary institutional construct. And the real question is, are the old really dependent? And that's a question around mental and physical capabilities of the old. And what I'm going to show is that those physical and mental capabilities have actually been improving quite dramatically over time. We have a compression of morbidity. The period at the end of life in which you're going to be ill is actually getting shorter, even as lifespans expand. So the old can, if they want, keep working. The other issue around dependency is really whether the elderly have saved for their old age consumption and healthcare. If they have saved, they're not dependent on other people in society. They have assets to live on. And that's going to show us an institutional question. Do you set up institutions through which people save for old age, or do you set up a transfer system, either public or private, to support them? So I think the concept of dependency is a flexible concept, not a biological concept. In age and productivity, in economics, there are models of age and productivity based on the Mincer model of experience effects and the Grossman health capital model. But these, I think, are completely abiological. They don't have any biological element whatsoever. In epidemiology, there's much more focus on the biological factors behind physical functioning and cognitive functioning. And I think that an integration of the epidemiological approach with the economic would be very beneficial. This graph shows the prevalence of disability in the USA in 2014. And what we see is that there is rising disability, physical disability at older ages, particularly at ages 80 and above. Problems with mobility, self-care, and household activities. So it is the fact that there are physical disabilities among the elderly. This is the prevalence of dementia in the US, and dementia is an increasing worry in many countries. What we see is there's a higher level of dementia among the elderly, but also this large education gradient, as with mortality. So people with less than high school education are much more likely to suffer dementia than people with high school or college and above. And actually, dementia rates are improving in most countries as successive cohorts are coming in to old age with higher levels of education. And so there's enormous worry around dementia, but actually the prevalences of dementia, the age-specific prevalence is going down because of better education among the incoming cohorts. This is some work I've done trying to look at cognitive performance over the entire age range. This is based on chess performance in the United States Chess Federation. So there are 352,000 people who've played chess. And what we see here is the age pattern of chess performance. This is adjusted for individual fixed effects, so this is the change over time. I would say as well, I think economists tend to focus on individual fixed effects. In the epidemiology literature, there's a much stronger focus on the aging effect and the interaction of ability and aging. So if you look at the cognitive literature, it's focused not so much on the individual effects on cognition, but the fact that people at higher levels of ability and cognitive ability tend to show slower progression in aging, so that the slope coefficients vary by individual, and those slope coefficients are correlated with the individual fixed effects. I think economics could learn something from epidemiology in this focus on the interaction between heterogeneity in levels and heterogeneity in the coefficients. But what we see from this is a peak performance at around age 55, and only a very modest decline in chess performance among older chess players. So this, I think, is very good news for the older people in the room. But just wait a moment to see the next graph. The old, that was a pure aging effect, but actually there's also an experience effect. The old have more experience. And so we want to rid the model of that experience effect. They've played more games. There's also a selection effect. People who are getting worse at chess tend to drop out. And if you correct for the experience effect doesn't make much difference, but the selection effect is very large. Once you correct for selection, the peak is age 38. And there's actually quite a large decline now at older ages. And so some of the younger people sitting at the back of the room may wonder why the speakers today all seem to be over 38 years of age. But I would caution that this isn't the whole story. In fact, the speakers here are very experienced. They're not only old, but they have experience. And so they're more in the line of the blue curve. I think that also the organizers were careful in their selection. It wasn't random old people selected to present. It was carefully selected old people who may be high in the distribution. There's also this point I think the epidemiologists emphasize, is that the rate of aging is correlated with the level. And so there is evidence that people of higher level of ability show slower decline in terms of their cognitive abilities.
which I think is good news for many of us here. I think a key issue as to why aging is not such a problem as people imagine is compression of morbidity. So there's an enormous worry that we're creating this large cohort of older people who are going to be sick and an enormous burden. But actually what's happening with the compression of morbidity is that the age of onset of disability is getting later. And actually the absolute time spent in disability at the end of life is shorter now than it was historically. And that seems to be happening worldwide. There are a couple of noticeable counterexamples in the US since 2000. There's evidence of an expansion of morbidity, actually increasing problems at older ages. And in most recent UK data, we see something similar. But those are really counterexamples. The evidence in most countries is for compression of morbidity, which again makes aging a very positive thing. It's not only longer lifespans, but longer healthy lifespans. An issue with the age structure of the population is the issue about how people who are not working consume. So young people consume, but they don't have any labor income. Old people consume without labor income. And the question is, where does that consumption come from? Who finances it? So this graph shows the sources of transfers across age groups for the US. And Lee and Mason have done this for many countries. And what you see is that the young consume partly out of family transfers and partly out of government transfers, mainly education and health transfers. The old are consuming less than they earn, and they're saving some of that and they're paying some in taxes. And then the old in the United States are consuming more than they earn, but over half is asset reallocation, which is basically they're living off their saved assets. But just under half in the US is public transfers, it's Social Security system. And there's a small role for private transfers. In fact, in the US, private transfers, family transfers, are from the elderly to the middle-aged and young. The elderly are net transfers out. This graph is, I think, very informative. It's hard to understand, so I'll try to explain it carefully to people. This is the source of old age support in different countries. So the triangle, the bottom left corner says family transfers. If you're down there, the old are supported entirely out of family transfers. The top of the triangle is assets. If you're at the top of the triangle, the old are supported entirely out of their own assets. They've saved while working, and now they're supporting themselves. And the bottom right of the triangle is public transfers. The old are supported essentially by government, Social Security, or other transfer systems. What we see is that most countries align on the assets to public transfers line. Family transfers tend to be small in most countries. China and Taiwan are actually exceptions that have quite high family transfers. A lot of countries are on the outside the triangle in terms of family transfers. The actual old are supporting the young. They're actually transferring money to their younger family members. But there's a large range of countries making choices between asset-based models of supporting the elderly and public transfer models of supporting the elderly. So I just want to make this point that the choice of institution is a choice that countries have, and different countries are making different choices. And the issue of sustainability of pension systems is really about countries that have chosen public transfer-based systems of taxing workers to finance the elderly. But that's a choice. You can also make a choice for an asset-based system of real savings. I want to talk as well about ageism. This was a phrase coined quite recently by Robert Butler. And this is not just a matter, I think, of economics and incentives, but there is an issue, I think, of social norms and anti-ageist feeling. There are negative effects on the health and well-being of the elderly from ageism. There are some extreme statements. Old people should volunteer to die to save the economy. a Texas lieutenant governor. This is an extreme example of saying people should serve institutions rather than institutions should serve people. But it shows, I think, a dominant way of thinking. If you survey young people about the elderly, the negative feelings about the elderly, there's feelings around resources and promotions, that the elderly take resources, they block promotion. But actually, there's another strand which surprised me, is that young people really dislike old age people having inappropriate behaviors. And inappropriate behaviors include dancing, sex, having fun. So I think for the old, I would encourage you to have more dancing and more sex. And not only will you enjoy it, but you'll make young people feel bad. There is a philosophical difference that the ethicists bring up between ageism and racism and sexism, is that ageism can be philosophically justifiable. For the young here today, it's actually okay to be ageist, provided you accept that people will be ageist against you when you're old. And so this fact that the young will eventually become old means that I think some philosophers argue it is possibly an ethically acceptable position. This is a talk I gave some years ago in Jackson Hole, the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas. I was on a platform with Larry Summers and Greenspan. And Larry Summers said, no one over the age of 65 should hold a position of power or responsibility. I think some people took it as an attack on Greenspan, who was sitting on my other side, and at that time, head of the Federal Reserve. I think Larry hadn't thought it through entirely when he said it. But the interesting thing is Larry's just turned 65, so it'll be interesting to find out if his ageism is ethically justifiable, if he still holds the view. And now I want to turn to this issue of Social Security sustainability. Pay-as-you-go pension systems are not sustainable with population aging. And what we see is that there's quite a big economic literature on this, and it's pushing essentially increasing the retirement age as a solution. But those papers are essentially taking the sustainability constraint as an objective function. So what do we have to do to sustain the system? And I think that's the wrong question. So what we see around the world is these are the Social Security eligibility ages for men and women. There were some declines in these ages in the early period in the 1980s, but more recently there's been a large increase in the age of eligibility, essentially in order to maintain the systems. And then if you look at the percent of people employed in the 60 to 64 age group among men, that was historically on a very downward trend. But in the recent past, it's been going up. In a sense, these policies of postponing the retirement age have been successful at getting old people to work. And I think a lot of economists think this is a great success story because we've sustained social security systems and we've also increased income per capita. But an important issue is, why do we have a social security system? If agents are rational, they should save for their own retirement. So the social security system is just a distortion. There is some redistribution in the system, but essentially the argument for social security is that people are myopic. They don't save enough for their own retirement, and they have to be forced into it. And I accept that is true. But then when the system is unsustainable, the wrong question is, what do we have to do to make it sustainable? The right question is, what is the first best solution? What would rational people choose to do? And how can we change the system to mimic those choices? So this is a model of the optimal savings and retirement rate. So just looking at what the decision-making a rational individual would do across savings and retirement, adjusting for the fact that they have a life expectancy, they have a mortality rate, and that their health varies with age. And what you see here is that there are two forces at work. If you look at cohort birth years along the top, along the horizontal axis, we have life expectancy, which is going up. The later cohorts have longer life expectancy. And that leads to later retirement ages. So it goes from 65 up to 70. But also, along the vertical axis, the wages are increasing. And people who are richer want more leisure time. And these two forces interact, but actually the outcome along the diagonal is towards earlier retirement. So what we should be seeing, the first best, is earlier retirement. So this long-run trend to taking more leisure time, earlier retirement, extending the weekend, I think is a very positive force. It reduces income per capita, but it improves welfare. And we should be focusing, I think, on what people want and what gives them welfare, rather than sustainability as an objective. The policy objective of sustaining the social security system is actually a very stupid objective. You might as well write papers about how can we sustain the feudal system. The feudal system became incompatible with the modern economy, and we had to ditch it. The social security system, the pay-as-you-go system, is becoming incompatible, and we should ditch it rather than try to sustain it. The question is, what can we do to maximize human welfare subject to sustainability constraints? And so what I would push for is fully funded systems with forced saving because of myopia. But they do have to encompass a redistribution element because there is poverty among the elderly. And they do have to have an insurance element. One of the problems with personal accounts and investing is it puts a lot of risk on individuals. So the government, I think, has a strong role in insurance and in poverty alleviation. But forced savings make this a win-win. The old have money when they're old, and the young have a large physical capital stock financed out of these retirement savings that make them more productive. I would point to Singapore as a country that I think has a very sustainable system that's also good for welfare. It's not locked into an unsustainable system. There is forced savings of 30% with a government guaranteed rate of return. There's a healthcare savings account of an extra 10%. I would argue that the anti-poverty provisions within this are probably too low. I would argue for more. But overall, the system is sustainable and attempting to mimic what people would do if they were fully rational. I want to spend some time about the issue of better ways of measuring welfare. If we make income per capita and GDP per capita the objective, you're going to get some very silly policies. I like weekends. I like Saturdays and Sundays. If you really want to maximize income per capita, we should abolish weekends. If more people work 7 days a week and not 5, just think of what had happened to income per capita. Unfortunately, people would not be happy, but that's because income per capita doesn't include happiness as a goal. Retirement similarly reduces income per capita, but it makes people happier. I would also argue that insurance policies, particularly health insurance and unemployment insurance, are good for welfare, but they tend to reduce the incentives to work and therefore lower income per capita. But they're still good policies. I think we need alternative measures that include income, but also include health and longevity, and also include leisure time as part of our objectives. They also need to adjust for risk. A lot of social policies are about redistributing risk and in providing insurance. And these can reduce income per capita, but improve welfare dramatically. There's also a point I think that economists know, but don't pay sufficient attention to, which is the decline in marginal utility of income. As you get richer, extra dollars are worth less. And that means in rich countries, the benefits of economic growth are becoming less and less important, and other dimensions of welfare are becoming more and more important. I think of in a very poor country, an emphasis on income per capita is highly justified because of the high marginal utility of income. But in rich countries, it really is the fact that other dimensions of welfare should be higher up our priority lists. This is some work I did on the a computable general equilibrium model of the effects of rural health insurance in China, and showing that the effect of the policies, if you provided rural health insurance to China, would be to reduce output, consumption, and capital, and hours worked People in China without insurance are working a lot because they're very frightened of healthcare costs when they're old. They're working a lot and saving a lot, and that's really good for income per capita. But their lives are pretty miserable, and they're very unhappy if they actually get sick and have a lot of out-of-pocket expenses, and often can't afford these even with their saving. So the health insurance makes them much better off, and we estimate it's equivalent to a consumption rise of 11%. That's an enormous increase in human welfare, but with lower GDP per capita. Just to emphasize this point, this is the value of life by income in the United States. So what we know is rich people are more prepared to pay for money. But the price of a thing is just a relative price. It's the price of one thing in terms of another. So health economists focus on the value of life. I prefer to express it as the value of money. This is how much people are willing to give up in terms of a risk of death for more money. And as you get richer, the risk of death you will accept for more money, even $1 million, goes down. Poor people like money a lot. Rich people don't care very much. I doubt Bill Gates would take any risk at all for $1 million. He's right on the extreme of this. He wouldn't accept any probability of death. And if you take that seriously, you actually can derive the utility of money function. And what this shows is a life year at $1 million is 20 times more than a life year at $50,000 in terms of income, but it's only 3 times much in terms of utility measured in this metric. And so there's this real issue that for rich countries, increasing income has real diminishing returns. We have the issue that lifetime welfare, though, is very unequal. This shows lifetime welfare at age 60 by decile in the United States. So this is by deciles of welfare. So the lowest decile has much lower welfare. Here we're using mean log points, which are close to percentages. And that's about half made up of lower consumption, but it's more than half made up of lower quality adjusted life years. The poor not only have lower consumption, they have poorer health and earlier deaths. The rich have much more welfare because they have higher consumption, higher lifespans, and better health. Leisure time varies a little bit among these groups, but not very much. And this means if you look at the ratio of welfare from the bottom 10% to the median 50 percentile, or between the 90th percentile and the 10th, in terms of lifetime consumption, someone in the 90th percentile has 7.5 times the consumption of someone at the 10th percentile in the United States. But they have 23 times the welfare if you include the longevity and health effects. So this is 3 times as much. So I think it's squaring the difference. So whatever the difference is in terms of consumption, we're actually squaring that in terms of welfare because of the strong correlation between health and consumption. So I do think the inequality issue is perhaps worse than we thought, even though the overall effect of longevity and health is to increase human welfare. So just to summarize what I've been saying, I think it's important to remember that these healthy lifespans are enormous gain to human welfare. It's an incredibly positive development. But like all things, I think it requires changes. We have to adapt to this. The welfare inequality is a major concern. And I think that there's been a focus in welfare inequality on the income inequality and what we can do to address that. But I think also focusing on the inequality in health is a major issue. And I would point out that this inequality in health is not just across countries. Poorer countries have lower life expectancy. But actually the story globally is that poorer countries have been doing very well in terms of life expectancy. Even in Africa, child mortality has been gone down dramatically. Adult mortality is declining. They've actually been more successful in terms of health because of public health interventions than they have in terms of income. So globally, the health inequalities are diminishing. But within countries, this enormous gradient between the highly educated, high-income groups and the low-income groups, this 10 to 15-year gap in life expectancy, is a major problem. Current institutional arrangements in many countries, but not all, are unsustainable given population aging. And the key here, I think, in the way of thinking is that aging is not the problem. Aging is a huge benefit to society. The institutions are the problem. And we have a long tradition of getting rid of outmoded institutions. We got rid of feudalism. Britain hasn't yet got rid of the monarchy. I think that quite surprisingly, it's maintained, perhaps in a different form. But institutions have changed dramatically over time with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of communism. So institutional change is quite possible. But a lot of the thinking in this area has been, what can we do to sustain institutions? Taking the institutions as given and the people as flexible, which is, I think, completely the wrong way around of thinking. And so what we need to do in order to reap the benefits of this healthy population aging is change institutions, and that involves changing economic incentives. But I think my experiences in health have made me more of a sociologist than an economist. And it's not just about changing incentives. The issue of ageism and social norms is really important. Societies have to think and change the way they view older people, and the policies will follow from that. So I think tackling this issue of ageism is actually central to the debate and not just tangential. Thank you very much.
I think we all learned a lot from the Professor Kenning's inspiring and interesting talk. And I recall like 10 years ago when I was visiting the Peking University in China. So at that time we were discussing that. I said that this is probably a good time for the Chinese government to think about to implement the massive universal health insurance and to introduce at that time, I think the government still have a lot of resources. And I spoke with a very important consultant, and he said, well, why, if you just give them the health insurance, they probably will be spend less time on working, and then we should actually going to reduce the GDP, and we should think about other ways to increase the investment, just to actually to lend the people to work less. And I think that's a ideological different perspective from the Eastern world and the Western world, that people, particularly in the Eastern society, think about the diligence. You always should work. You shouldn't think about just about to have a good life, but you should work more. But let's open question to all the others people here. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor, for the explanation. I have one question regarding the institutions changing that you propose. Will there be any circumstances that there should be a difference between one occupation to another occupation? Like we know now, even doctor doesn't have any weekend. They need to work at midnight because there is some operation, emergency, and everything. There should be like some limitation between one job to another job. And we also need to think about the, how to say this, the workload of them, like the professor and the doctor, they have different, how to say, energy, and the usage of their energy is different. Should there will be any consideration to let them have their welfare, and also because they have people in private organization and also work in the public institutions, there is no such control that government can have for their boss, how they regulate their holiday and also their insurance. Can they just cut their insurance or not? How do you think it should apply to a country? Thank you.
Yeah, so the issues around employment, I think, are quite central. many countries still have fixed retirement ages. And I think what I would push for is more flexibility in employment, to allow people to take more time off if they want, allow people to work longer if they want, but to make those choices themselves. So the idea of the economic freedom to choose and that people are their own best judge of that, I think is central to a lot of economics. So getting rid of the strong incentives, for example, to retire at age 65 in many countries, and allowing people to work longer, but also allowing them the flexibility to work less, retire earlier, but at a reduced pension, but allow people to make those trade-offs themselves. So there are situations in which I don't fully trust people. Young people tend to be too myopic and not save enough for retirement, and there is a role for forced savings. But allowing people to make their own decisions about these trade-offs, I think is a good idea. But I would also say about work, there are also social norms around work. It's not just about incentives. And in many cultures, there's a work social norm. And I've noticed this. I've worked in Britain and Europe and the United States and in Asia. And each country has its own social norms about working. And those are also incredibly important. And so changing these social norms about the elderly is very important. And some elderly will want to work more, and they're able to work more, but some won't. And I think allowing the increased flexibility in working life is the central idea.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, David, for a wonderful presentation. I want to commend you for the good economic sense you've brought to bear on tearing down inappropriate, incorrect conventional wisdoms. But I wanted to add to the conventional wisdoms that you might tear down and that actually are included in your set of recommendations. Okay. So first, the part, I love how you say aging is not a problem. People are not problems, institutions are. Arguing to save the social security system is like arguing to save feudalism, once you look at it the right way. I like how you argue that healthy lifespans are not a problem, and we shouldn't be viewing it that way. I like how you argue that all people should work hard to infuriate younger people by dancing more and having more sex. I'm in total agreement with all of these things, which is why I'm a bit puzzled by your statement about well-being inequality. Right? It seems to me that if someone in society is miserable when they're at the bottom of the well-being distribution, they're going to be equally miserable whether there are people at the top of the well-being distribution are 5 times or 25 times better off than they are. They would be equally miserable if there were nobody at the top of the distribution. Everyone was equally miserable. So I would add, if I may, urge to your set of conventional wisdoms to tear down the proposition that it is not inequality, whether measured in well-being, welfare, wealth, or income, that's the real problem. It is that there are some segments of society that face insecurity in their future. And whether that insecurity comes from low income, it comes from highly variable labor markets, or it comes from just their inability to control enough resources so that they have control over their own destiny. That is what the problem is, not inequality. Thank you.
Yeah, I think a fundamental issue is whether the inequality is unfair or not. And I think that a large part of this inequality is unfair, but that's not the issue that I addressed. And I take your point about insecurity as being really key. And if you're near the bottom of the income distribution, the insecurity is much worse. The costs of even small declines in income can be incredibly large. And I would say the issue of, in many poor countries, of out-of-pocket healthcare costs as a major source of insecurity for the poor is a real issue. And this is why I mentioned yesterday, I think that one of the problems with the neoliberal consensus and the Washington consensus was pushing not just market solutions in general, but pushing market solutions in healthcare, particularly user fees in poor countries. I think it was entirely inappropriate to do that, both for public good reasons, for infectious disease, but also for insurance reasons of putting very high and very variable costs on the poor. So I think I take your point, and I think we're in agreement on that.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that very insightful talk. I really saw a lot. And I have a question. I don't really quite understand my question or the outcome, but I'm hoping that somebody, that you've thought it through. And so you're viewing aging and workforce participation pretty much as an individual thing. But it seems somehow or another that a declining population, working population, makes the macroeconomies of places like Japan and China work differently. So there may be a macro public implication for people withdrawing from the labor force early or extending their life through some sort of macroeconomic mechanism that I'm not really sure about. Maybe it has to do with the difficulties of exit versus entry. So I'm not sure what it is. But how do you think about your thinking in the macroeconomic declining population debate issues?
Yeah, so if you take the very simple models, the declining population is sort of good for productivity because you get a higher capital per worker. So you get, but I think the world is more complex than that, and there's issues of fixed capital. And I think we are used to a world of a growing population in which, in a sense, we're always getting entry of new firms, and the market is growing in size. A world with a declining market is a different world. And for example, it may be that some universities have to close because there aren't enough students. And the problem of exit, and there's a literature in economics on exit. Exit is very hard. So there may be a situation where there are 5 firms that can be profitable, but 6 are unprofitable. But if there are 6 firms, each one wants the other to exit, so they can be the residual profit maker. And so there may be a period of, in a sense, low profitability because we're having to force exit from businesses. And it's not a world we're used to. You see it in Japan now, this issue of ghost towns. The value of properties goes down. And so I think this move may have important macroeconomic implications. And again, it will require institutional change. And I think one thing I would really emphasize, when I say institutional change, I don't imagine that it's easy. There's a lot of vested interests in institutions. And there are people doing well out of existing institutions, and changing them is an incredibly hard process. And they're very resistant to change. And in some countries, it may actually take a crisis. They have to become actually unsustainable, and we get a crisis before they change. It's much better, I think, to design the change ex ante so that we don't have to go through the crisis, but it may be necessary to do that. But it is a world in which I do think that the economic structure may change. But even with population aging, if you look at the projections, you're still going to have economic growth. Economic growth will be slower, but you're still in a world of economic growth. So I don't think it's quite that bad. And so I think there may be some sectors, though, in which there will be fixed capital, which is oversupplied, and those sectors may become unprofitable. I think there will be other sectors that are doing well. So the sectors for the elderly, particularly healthcare, will probably expand as it's already doing. But there are other sectors that basically serve the young, like universities, that may do badly out of this transition.
Okay, unfortunately for the interest time, we probably move to the second speaker, and who is going to also talk about another global crisis. So let's welcome the Professor Rossi-Hansberg to talk about climate change.
I'm gonna take this off. Hello, okay. So thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this conference. It's wonderful to be here. So I'm going to talk about climate change, and most of the work that I'm going to talk about is joint work with Jose Luis Cruz, who was a student of mine at Princeton and is now at Berkeley. So we all know the problem. The problem is CO2 and other greenhouse gases have been accumulating in the atmosphere, leading to temperature increases and other type of impacts. And so, different policies have been proposed, and the extent to which the different locations, different people, different countries are willing to implement those policies depend on the consequences that climate change is going to have on them. And so what I want to do today is I want to think about what are those consequences at the local level for particular individuals in the world. Think about what are their incentives to implement the climate policy, and try to provide some information that can help us understand why is it that we don't see agreements on this. We haven't seen any really binding global agreement to address the issue. To do that, I'm going to use some of the work that I've done in the past of developing integrated assessment models to do this evaluation. I'm going to use these models to get a measure of this local social cost of carbon at a fine spatial resolution. And what I'm going to argue is that there's the gains and losses from climate change are going to be very heterogeneous across locations. Some locations are going to win substantially, and the local social cost of carbon is going to be negative, and some others is going to be very positive and large. And so that, of course, is going to lead to this conflict that I mentioned before. And then finally, I'm going to talk about the one agreement that we've seen so far, which is the Paris Agreement, and think about what it can do and to what extent can it be successful or not. And there, my answer is going to be no. It's clearly the pledges that have been made so far are insufficient to an extent that, you'll see it, at least in the calculations that we have, is, does nothing. If you want to really get to the goals that are expressed in the agreement, in particular, keep temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius, or even, the exercise that I'm going to do is actually 2 degrees Celsius by 2100, the carbon taxes that would be required, or carbon pricing in general that would be required in order to achieve that, are enormous. And so we really need to think about some alternative policies, and so I'll conclude with some of those. Okay, so the type of model that I'm going to be used can be, this is a diagram of the model that I'm going to be used, and the details are in some of the work that I have done with Jose Luis. So think about, this is a representation of the economy in one location. The black part of the diagram is the economic component of it. There's firms, there's individuals. Firms produce different varieties that they trade with the rest of the world, subject to transport costs. They innovate, they improve their technology, which determines the local productivity in a particular region, which in turn affects wages and rents in that region. And individuals are going to look at those wages and rents. They're going to think about the amenities, how nice it is to live in that particular location, and they're going to decide whether they want to live there or they want to migrate somewhere else, subject to migration costs. And so this is going to determine where people are, how much it's produced in every location, and the productivity of the different locations. Now, as production happens, energy is required to do that production, and you can use different forms of production of energy. You can be clean energy, it can be fossil fuels. To the extent that you use clean energy, you don't emit anything, but if you use fossil fuels, that creates CO2 emissions. Those accumulate in the atmosphere, so the stock of CO2 increases, and that leads to increases in global temperatures that then, in turn, translate into increases in local temperatures. And this is, of course, the global externality implied by climate change, the fact that, everyone emits, that mixes in the atmosphere leads to changes in global temperature, and that affects local temperatures, but through the whole pool of emissions that everyone does. Okay, and that local temperature change, in turn, is going to have some effects on the economy. It's going to have effects on productivity. It's going to have effects on amenities, namely how, like this measure of how, the quality of life in a particular location, if you will, and on natality rates, birth minus death rates. Okay, so those are going to be the three impacts of local changes in temperature that we're going to consider in this. And we're going to do this. We're going to quantify this model at a 1 degree by 1 degree level of resolution for the whole world, which means in the equator about 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers. That's going to be the grid that we're going to use. So we're going to set trade and mobility frictions to match, the flows that we see in the data, and natality is going to, have the standard Beckerian, quantity quality type trade-off. Okay, so one of the key inputs into the model that is going to generate some of the results that I'm going to show you in a little while are these damage functions. How do you convert local temperatures into, or what's the effect that these local temperatures are going to have both on amenities and productivities? And so you can do this, you can calculate these effects in the following way. You can ask what are the amenities and productivities across regions in the world that make the model match exactly the distribution of people and output in the world economy. So the model by construction is going to match that. You can do that over time for different years and then obtain a panel of amenities and productivities. And then you can say, well, given that we have that, what's the effect that temperature has had on those amenities and productivities? And what you get is something like this. You can do that by, different temperature bins, namely for different regions that have different temperatures. And so what I have in these graphs is like, this is the temperature in winter in the different parts of the world. And this is the effect that a 1 degree Celsius increase in temperature has on local amenities. And so what this number tells you is that, in the coldest places in the world, if temperatures increase by 1 degree Celsius, amenities increase by 2.5%. In the warmest places in the world, you get exactly the opposite. Amenities decline as when temperatures increase. And so we're not imposing this structure at all. It just comes directly out of the data, the fact that in the coldest places in the world, temperature increase amenities and productivity, and in the warmest places in the world is the opposite. And in fact, when you look at productivity, which is the graph on the right, what you see is that in the warmest places in the world, the effect of increases in temperature on productivity are quite large. It's kind of asymmetric, larger on the warm side than positive on the cold side, as you see in that graph. All right, so that's a crucial input. The other important input is that we need to take a stand on, what's the total amount of carbon that we can use on Earth, and what's the cost of extracting that carbon. That, call it oil, gas, coal, any sort of carbon. And so people have done some of these calculations. The ones that we're going to use are from Bauer. And so what this tells you is, depending on the total cumulative emissions that we've seen, this is the cost in terms of dollars per ton of CO2 that it costs you to extract that carbon from the Earth. And so, as you can see, that's kind of an increasing curve. And what that tells you is that, the more you extract, the more costly it is to extract it. And when, once you reach the end, once you reach the total amount of carbon, then it becomes really, really costly, right? Which is what happens kind of at the end of that curve. Now, it turns out to be very important to determine how much is there. Because if there's like huge amounts that you can never exhaust, right? And if the economy keeps using it, the problem is, of course, much more severe than vice versa. And so we're going to use a case, and this is the data of Bauer, that is going to match well with one of the most extreme cases in the IPCC scenario, the scenarios, which is the RCP scenario 8.5. All right. Now, so I'm going to be using the local social cost of carbon. I know that, you know, we haven't been using equations here in this conference, but David started, so now I'm gonna show you one too. So this is the local social cost of carbon, and the way to measure it is what is the effect on welfare of an increase of a ton of carbon into the atmosphere, right? And so I can calculate through that model that I was describing that welfare effect of the increase in carbon. That's this first term, right? But that, of course, doesn't put it puts it in terms of welfare. It doesn't put it in terms of dollars. So it's not the local social cost of carbon, which is in terms of dollars. To put it in terms of dollars, I have to do exactly what David was discussing. I have to use the marginal utility of income. I have to divide by the marginal utility of income. And so that allows me to go from welfare to dollars. And so this is going to be a measure of how much is a particular location willing to pay not to have that unit of carbon in the atmosphere, okay? So that's the measure. And this is a common measure, you know, that is used in all these debates on climate change. Now, the measure of welfare that I'm going to use, you know, is discounted welfare over time. So this is the utility that individuals get in a particular location over time. And I'm discounting at some rate beta, namely, the beta tells you how much more do you value the present than the future, because, you know, you have to wait for the future. And so beta turns out to be, of course, a crucial parameter. This is, of course, nothing new. This is well known in this literature that beta, the discount factor, is essential to determine the level of this cost. No, not so much the range of cost, which is something that I'm going to be showing you, but the level of cost is very much determined by how do you discount the future. Why? Because most of the losses are going to happen in the future, not today. Okay? So once you do all of that, you get something like this. So here is a map of the world, obviously. The pixels that you see in this map are my 1 degree by 1 degree squares that I was mentioning before. And what this map shows you is everything that has warm colors, so yellow and up, are places in which the local social cost of carbon is positive, meaning they are willing to pay in order not to have that ton of carbon emitted into the atmosphere. And all the places that are in blue, or the cold colors, are places that where they would need to be paid not to have that happen, right? I mean, they want that carbon in the atmosphere, and obviously, which, you know, what are those places? Well, those places are, you know, the northern places, kind of in these northern latitudes where you know, where temperatures are low, and therefore, you know, having a warmer world is potentially useful. Now, one thing that you can also notice in this map, and this is kind of an important point, I think, is that, you know, the losses, or the places that are willing to pay the most are concentrated in the rich world. And this is normally not what we you know, describe when we think about the welfare losses of climate change. So this is a little bit different than the standard map that you would see on this. And the reason for that is that, you know, the welfare losses in terms of dollars are valued more in the rich world than in the poor world, which is exactly the point that David was making before too, right? And so, you know, it's the places where you combine that are rich but are also very subject to climate change. Those are the places where the local social cost of carbon is particularly large. And so you see that, for example, in the south of the US, or parts of the southern Europe in particular, right? Or Australia is another obvious example. It's not unique. There's, you know, it's spread around the world, as you can see, but you know, it's mostly in those places. On the right, I have a map of you know, what we call the worst case scenario, a scenario where we kind of push the costs a little further, and there you see it even more clearly concentrated in the rich world. Here, the losses are positive everywhere, but they are more concentrated in the rich world, as you can see. So now let me take this picture here, which is kind of our baseline case, and I'm going to decompose it into these two terms that we had in that formula, which is the welfare effects and these marginal utility of income effect that I was describing. And then you get this map. So these are the welfare effects. And so this is maybe the picture that you've seen somewhere else, which says, look, you know, the costs are all concentrated in these equatorial kind of, or regions that are relatively close to the equator. So everything that is red here are the places that, in terms of welfare, are going to lose a lot. But the problem is, of course, that a lot of those places are very poor, so they're not willing to pay that much for that cost, right? Because they are poorer. It's the places that are richer, but are also going to be affected, as I argued before, the ones that are willing to pay more. And so how much are they willing to pay, right, per unit of welfare, if you will? That's the map on the right. And so that's obviously very correlated with income. And so this is the inverse of the marginal utility of consumption. And so it's the product of these two things that leads to the graph that I mentioned before. Okay, so the world, the poor part of the world, the equatorial regions of the world, the South is in general going to be more affected in terms of welfare, but they're less willing to pay because they are poorer in general. Okay, and so this is the range of the local social cost of carbon that you would have in the baseline case and the worst case scenario. And what I did here is I did that calculation for many discount factors. Okay, and so you can see the role that the discount factor plays. And one thing to note here is the range. So here is I'm changing the discount factor from 0.96 to 0.97, which is not like a huge change, and you can see how sensitive this is to that, right? So if you push the discount factor further up, then the local social cost of carbon increases, you know, the spread increases as well, but the level increases too. And so that's why the level in some sense is not that meaningful. The level is only meaningful in connection to a very clear statement about how much you want to discount the future, right? As society, you need to take that decision in order to establish the level. Otherwise, you don't know where you are, whether you are at the beginning here or at the end. Now, what you do know, though, is the spread in this distribution. And that spread is very large. And in particular, you can look at the distribution across locations, and you can calculate where is the global social cost of carbon, which is what you hear all around in the discussions on carbon policy, and where is the median of that distribution. And as you can see, the median is below the average. So what does that mean? It means that most of the world population is not willing to pay the social cost of carbon for the world, right? It's too high. They would like to pay perhaps something, but not as much as the social cost of carbon as implied by the cost for the world economy. Right, and you can see that in the worst case scenario too. And so, for the baseline, that's about 60%. For the worst case scenario, that's about 70%. So that's, in some sense, in a nutshell, one of the big issues here, right? That most of the world is just not willing to do it, right? It's not willing to do it because either they are poor or they are not that affected by this, right? And it's a part of the world that is richer and is very much affected and can have big losses from this. And the social cost of carbon in some of these scenarios for the countries that are at the top of this distribution is very high, right? They're willing to pay a lot, some places for sure, but most are not. And so that doesn't give you a lot of hope in terms of having a global agreement on this. Now, so let's talk briefly about the agreement that we do have, which is the Paris Agreement. So the Paris Agreement is a complex agreement where countries have made different types of pledges, etc. What we've done, using the work of other people as well, is converted those pledges into carbon equivalent or carbon price equivalent pledges. And so what this graph shows you, I divided the world in different areas here. And what you see here is the actual emissions in 2015, the model implied emissions by 2030. So the model and the data are exactly matched in 2015. The implied emissions by 2030, right? And what the pledge was in the Paris Agreement. So if this, the third line is below the second line, that means that they promised to cut emissions to some extent, right? To what extent? Well, that's the difference between those two, right? And so China promised this to cut this amount, the US or North America here promised to cut that, etc., right? So that's the pledges that they made, okay? And so you can take those pledges and then say, well, what's the carbon tax that would result in the cuts that they've promised, right? And then what's the effect on real GDP that's going to have, and what's the effect on real GDP that's going to have on the world. So you can kind of get a sense of the level of these taxes. This is unilaterally, so every country is just doing it themselves without thinking that the others are going to do it. Perhaps more interesting is this one. So here is where regions coordinate in the sense that, you know, you do it, you achieve your pledge, but you take into account that others are achieving their pledge as well, and so, you know, perhaps you don't have to push it as much. And so so look at what's the level of carbon taxes that this would imply. It implies about $12 per ton of CO2 with, when we use the baseline elasticity between fossil fuels and clean energy that I've been using in the numbers that I showed you. So, and this is the distribution. Some regions of the world didn't pledge anything. You know, some were more aggressive, like China or North America, in their promises. And so we're just taking their, you know, their word as if you know, this is going to happen, and this tells you what's needed, right? Now, one thing that I'm going to emphasize in a moment is this elasticity of substitution. So what does this mean? It means how hard is it to transform things that I do with fossil fuels to things that I do with clean energy. And so it tells me how much of a price increase I need in carbon in order for companies to switch into clean energy. And what this tells you is, look, obviously if the elasticity is higher, the taxes that you need are lower, right? And so, and you know, in this case, about 20% lower if you double the elasticity of substitution. And I'll come back to this. Now, the problem with this agreement is it's just not enough by any means, right? So here are the CO2 emissions implied by this. For reference, I have the IPCC RCP 8.5 that gives you numbers that are similar, right? This is the business as usual scenario for us, the light green one, and then the dark green one is the Paris Agreement. So you can see, you know, it lowers emissions a little bit today. Eventually, actually, because you don't use that much carbon remains relatively easy to extract from the soil, and so eventually you kind of switch the ordering of these curves. But, you know, you have an effect on temperatures. But the effect on temperatures here is small, as you can see. And yes, it delays the period of time when you reach 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, but by very little, as you can see there, right? It's just tiny, right? The whole effect is tiny. So if you implement this $12 on average in the world economy, as promised in the Paris Agreement, that's not going to achieve 2 degrees Celsius by 2100 at all, according to this, right? So, you know, there's some welfare gains. This is the distribution of welfare gains of doing this, but they're tiny. Look at so 1 would be no gains, below 1 is losses, above 1 is are gains, and you can see, you know, the south here gains in general, but very little. Now, okay, so what do we need? You know, what are the levels that we need in order to actually achieve 2 degrees Celsius? So you have to, the first point I want to make is that that's kind of a badly posed question. You need to say by when. You cannot say, you know, you need to say by when, because because that matters, because the reality is that probably we're gonna, end up higher than that anyway. So say by 2050, if we keep the distribution of taxes the same as in the Paris Agreement, these are the taxes that you would actually need to achieve that by 2050, so not cross 2 degrees Celsius before 2050, right? And if you want to delay it all the way to 2100, then these are the taxes that you need. And now look at this number, right? That's just an incredibly high number. That's $500 per ton of CO2, right? No one has ever come close to do anything like this. And of course, this would have, dramatic kind of effects on the economy today. If the elasticity of substitution is higher, you can do that, you can have that. Instead of 500, you have about 250, but it's still enormous, okay? And so just doing it with price incentives is very hard. You need really big numbers. And so these are the equivalent curves to the ones that I showed you before, right? If you go to 2100, which is the most extreme case, yes, you can push this really down, right? Then you get this curve. If on top of that you do policies that increase the elasticity of substitution, then you get to the best scenario here, which is the dotted blue line, right? And that lowers temperatures. It achieves 2% by 2100. And the overall increase is smaller, but it's still all the way, eventually it still goes to levels about 5 degrees in a couple of centuries. Okay, so, and what's the problem with this, right? You can say, well, it's still worth it. We need to save the environment. 500 is going to cost us, but, let's do it. Let's be brave. I mean, the local social cost of carbon that I showed you says no one is really willing to do that. All those numbers were way below this. But suppose you say, yes, let's do it anyway, right? Well, then these are the welfare gains and the real GDP gains that you would have as a result of that. And so what I want to point to you is these are the losses. So what does this mean? This means for the world, it would imply about 8% losses at impact when you impose a tax, right? Say you do it now. And then, you're going to have losses for the next 80 years or so. And then eventually, those losses are going to become gains because you get the climate benefits, right? And so that's the intertemporal trade-off that we are facing, right? Losses of this area here today for these gains in the future. Now, this is a big intertemporal trade-off. The Paris Agreement trade-off is the dark blue line there, which is much smaller, as you can see. So the big goal here, if you want to do these policies, right, if you think that doing these policies is important, is how are we going to convince current generations to make these trade-offs, right? This trade-off is a huge trade-off. The sacrifices that we need to make today in order to achieve this are quite large, right? And in general, the policies that we've implemented don't have trade-offs that are as large and as slow as this, right? The payoff comes only, by 2100 in this particular diagram. All right. So that's all I have for you. So what's the conclusion? Vast heterogeneity in the dollar value of local damages, negative in some places, positive in others. Most people are going to face local social cost of carbon that are below the global social cost of carbon, which is also going to make global agreements hard. The Paris Agreement is not nearly enough to solve this issue. Actually achieving the 2 degrees Celsius goal is going to be extremely hard unless the one, silver bullet that I gave you is this elasticity of substitution business. You really need to push that. Even the tree that I showed you is not sufficient. 1.6 is what people estimate today. So you really need to push in that direction. And how do you push in that direction? By changing the capital stock. Right? And the key is to change the capital stock so that instead of having a capital stock that is all gasoline or carbon-based, you switch it to electricity-based. Now, that's, of course, costly and it has all sorts of problems, but it increases that elasticity of substitution. So only carbon policy is not enough. You need to really do policy to change that capital if you're gonna end up with carbon tax levels that are reasonable. And so the final point is these intertemporal transfers that this required. And the fact that, we need to acknowledge them and find ways to implement the intertemporal exchange if we wanna address this issue. Otherwise, it's gonna be extremely hard. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Rossi-Hansberg, for his very insightful but not very rosy outlook of the climate change. So anyone has a question? Go ahead.
Thanks. So I think I actually prefer the dancing and sex one to the grim climate thing. But I'm wondering if these two don't go together. Maybe we should talk afterwards. But to Esteban, the question is, you didn't talk, I'm sure you've heard these questions before, but your response to them. Extreme weather events are bringing this home to a lot of the people in those blue and green areas in dramatic ways, for one thing. And second, looking at your earlier work, when the people from the orange and red regions show up in the blue and the green regions, this may personalize the whole thing. And I suspect you've thought about these, but I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so first the damage function. So extreme weather events are to some extent included in these damages to the extent that these places that are experiencing the higher temperatures, the damage of those higher temperatures is expressed through extreme weather events. That's captured here. Now, what's not captured here is the risk involved in it, and the fact that there may be preemptive effects on investments, mobility that come from anticipating those extreme weather events. And so there's an aspect there that is not considered here, but the average effect that this will have is there. And then mobility is, I don't see you, so mobility is included in the sense that when temperatures increase, people are going to move as a result of that, and that's all part of the structure that I'm using in order to give you these numbers. So the fact that people are moving to Europe perhaps or to northern latitudes as a result of increases in temperature is very much included there, and an important adaptation mechanism incorporated in the model. Is costly to move, and so, not everyone packs and goes, but it is definitely included as an adaptation mechanism in all the numbers that I gave you. Now, as you correctly said, well, when all these people show up in Switzerland at your house and say, house me there, people may not like it that much, or there may be kind of issues with that. And we try to incorporate some of them. In particular, there's congestion effects and congestion costs associated with people coming into a particular location. And so that's included to some extent. Now, of course, that may lead to, political issues, etc., that may, unravel in other ways that are not included in the model. But the basic effect of congestion and the fact that, there's kind of limited resources that in some sense we have to share is included there. But it's also included the fact that, there's a, more people are going to be working there, market size is going to increase, and so there's also some benefits from that migration. And so we try to, try to follow what we know about in this literature about the gains and losses from migration.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Esteban, for a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. I thought I might make 3 quick points. The first is an endorsement, the second is a question, and the third is maybe an observation that takes us a bit further. The endorsement is that I think it's really wonderful that as economists, we have to continue to emphasize to the world, the rest of the world, that the challenge of global climate crisis is not just a carbon one, it's how we preserve our standards of living while reducing our carbon emissions. Because if all the problem was just carbon, we could just switch off all the lights. Just switch off all the lights, but none of us would actually do that. And your work, really hits us over the head with how costly it is to think about just switching off the lights. We should not do that. That's my endorsement. My second is a question. The way in which the way in which your work tries to get us to think about this trade-off is through carbon taxes. But it's not really just carbon taxes that are interesting to us. It's actually the margin between fossil fuel use and clean energy use. And we look at carbon taxes as a way to shift that margin. There are different ways to shift that margin. The other way, instead of thinking about carbon taxes, is to make clean energy cheaper. That too would shift the margin. And so it's a question that, as economists, we need to throw to our technologist friends. How quickly can you make that happen? How can you make clean energies come online faster? I'd be keen to see how your calibrations might help us think about the cost of advancing technology, getting all the Elon Musks of the world more online to get us clean energy sources. It doesn't even have to be one or the other. We should be doing both, raising taxes on carbon, making clean energy cheaper. That's my question. And my last point is something that connects up this presentation with perhaps the rest of the conference. When we look at clean energy technologies, there are wind turbines, solar panels, electric batteries. China today makes 50% of the world's wind turbines. It makes 67% of the world's solar panels, and it makes 95% of the world's electric batteries. Everything that Elon Musk pushes out is basically a Chinese-made electric battery. And that storage problem is one that we need great help on. So my question to you is, it seems to me, my observation, it seems to me that we ought to be connecting up the geopolitical tensions in the world, the clamping down on China's production capacity in a unified way, the same time that we talk about the global climate crisis. America will not meet its green agenda if it decouples from China. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks for the comments and the question. I agree. I mean, the key is the margin of fossil versus clean. How do we address that margin? Clearly, carbon pricing, filters through everything in that margin. It doesn't have to be, you can do it through taxes, you can do it through carbon trading, you can do it through innovation subsidies. There's all sorts of ways of implementing the carbon pricing, but at the end of the day, carbon pricing is just a way of affecting the margin that you exactly were talking about. So think about those numbers that I was giving you just as a way of putting in concrete dollar terms whatever you do to affect that margin, right? So I think that's a good way to think about it. Now, I mean, the issue that you raised with kind of the geopolitical problem and how that links to the climate change problem, I think it's essential. If you look at the Inflation Reduction Act to combat climate change, it's obviously a captured policy. I mean, in all sorts of ways, right? I mean, it's not a policy that is effective in reducing or increasing the cost of carbon. It's a policy that is a jobs policy. It's a policy that is, an import substitution policy vis-a-vis China's imports, etc. And so I think, just the simple fact that you see policy being implemented only in terms of subsidies, not in terms of taxes or any sort of cost, already tells you that this is being used for other purposes, right? And another example of that is, of course, the increases in the price of carbon as a result of the war, the invasion of Ukraine, where, instead of environmentalists and governments that are in favor of combating climate change should be happy with the fact that, those prices went up, because, I mean, that's the whole goal of the policy at the end of the day, right? I mean, of course, you're not happy about the reason, but you're happy about that particular aspect of the result. And of course, you can do different things to alleviate the impact that may have on poor people, etc. But the reality is that throughout the world, what we saw is exactly the opposite. Policies to, combat the increase in prices directly. And so that tells you that the willingness is not there. That there's a lot of window dressing, but the political willingness to actually do this is clearly not there. This was a case where you got the policy for free, and you didn't even use it then, right?
Hello, my name is Sirius. I'm a student from TSE. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have actually two questions here. You gave us a lot of data, and some of them are Asia and separate around the parts of the world. Can you give us an idea which countries will have to suffer the most if they want to implement these changes? And if there are any case of some part of the world that may be benefited if the temperature changes, I don't know, maybe in the north, maybe deep in the south. And the other part will be, for the first question will be if you can give us some example, which countries will suffer the most. And the other one is, it doesn't seem that it's easy to do. Do you think that politicians may not feel the willingness to do it because maybe it's too costly for them? Do you think that there is some certainty that they will force countries to live with this extreme weather in the future because there is no willingness to make a concrete decision about this? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so examples, I mean, I show you the map with the welfare effects. So it's everything that is close to the equator in general suffers a lot. In India, Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, parts of Central America, that's where you see the biggest welfare losses. Countries, Siberia, Northern Canada, parts of Scandinavia are the winners. Not every part, etc., but on average. Now, what's going to happen? I mean, what if politicians don't do it? Are they going to force individuals? I mean, I think individuals are going to react to it, right? They're going to react to it by moving, by changing what they produce, by adapting to the different aspects of this, and that adaptation can be very powerful. And now, there will be adaptation, and that adaptation has a lot of potential costs. And so, either we face the costs in the form of these carbon taxes that I was talking about, or we're going to face the cost by having to move and detach yourself from the places where individuals were born, and the ability to continue lives in the places where they've traditionally been. And so that has costs too, and we've tried to quantify to some extent what those costs are, and they are included in some of the numbers that I showed you. But I think there's an argument that one can make that those costs can be substantial. in particular, there's a whole distribution of those costs across people, and that for some people, detaching themselves from the places where they, have traditionally lived can be even larger than what we incorporate here. And so I think that's the issue. Now, whether that, I think there's an important balance here, which is, to some extent, people are going to vote with their feet. They're going to leave some of these places. And of course, the places that remain then can be very chaotic and problematic as a result of this. And so, the question is, who's internalizing all those costs when deciding on policy? And right now, no one is, I think.
Just one last quick question. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, both professors, for the very, very interesting talk. So I will be quick. So I have a question to Professor Esteban. So do you think that, instead of increasing tax, for example, there's another way, increasing demand of renewable energy, for example, increasing demand of products that use fully renewable energy? So for example, Apple announced that by 2030 they will require all its suppliers to use fully renewable energy, and that policy already impacted TSMC in Taiwan. So in Taiwan, now renewable energy certificates, over 90% of them is bought by TSMC, and that's still not enough. And TSMC pushing their government to increase their capacity of generation from renewable energy. Do you think that increasing demand in, I would say, consumers in developed countries in America, in Europe, would affect more by supply chain and affect other countries' market? Thank you.
Definitely. I think there's a lot of leakage, economic leakage around, and so that's one of the forces, in some sense, to try to create some sort of global agreement should be the fact that there's that this leakage, that the policies that are implemented in one place are affecting other places as well. And so instead of resisting that by stopping international trade flows, etc., I think it's kind of important to use that to try to foster some sort of a global agreement, because whatever I do affects others through this supply chain. Now, having said that, I'm not a big fan of micro-targeting. That is, I think we shouldn't take very specific policies and implement very specific policies in different sectors. I think it's good to do policies that price the problem and then let the economy try to solve it in the best possible way, right? I think micro-targeting tends to be not as effective and is easily captured, which is kind of what I was discussing in the case of the Inflation Reduction Act. So the less we micro-target, the more we simply price carbon and let that affect, the economy, and let people kind of innovate and adjust as a result of that, the better, I think.
Okay, I think the time's up, and let's thank the two speakers for their wonderful speech. So let's conclude this panel, and let's head for the lunch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue our session. The last panel is our conference is the challenges of sustainability, trade, and development. The panelists are Professor Richard Baldwin from Graduate Institute of International Development Studies in Geneva, and Professor Richard Higgott from Brussels School of Governance. The chair is Professor Chang Tai-Hsieh from the University of Chicago. Now, let us welcome Professor Hsieh.
So welcome to this very last panel, and since my job has been done already, I have nothing more to say but to just give the floor to Richard.
Thank you.
When that happens, I'm never really sure whether you're clapping for him or me. I don't know. Let me start by thanking the organizers for putting together such a smashingly good combination of insights and speakers. I really appreciated it. Thank you, participants, for coming and asking great questions during the time. I hope you prepare questions for me and the other Richard as well. And I want to apologize that I probably have too many slides, so I'm probably going to go too fast. And I'll probably be nervous about it, and the more nervous I get, the faster I talk. So this could be kind of blurring, but I will leave the slides behind for those of you who are curious and like to follow up on it. There we go. In the next 35 minutes, I would like to change the way you think about globalization. Not a huge revolution, something like a 20% course correction. Because you see, I think the world's on the cusp of a third great transformation of globalization. And I think that will change the way globalization affects the world, and in particular, I think it will affect the way development is connected to trade. Now, the way I'm going to convince you that you should be thinking differently about globalization is to present what I call the three cascading constraints view of globalization and organize 2 centuries of globalization history using that framework as a setup to understanding why and how globalization changed twice in the past and how and why it's going to change in the future. And I'm going to do that in a presentation that has 3 parts. Globalization is the 3 great unbundlings. The future of globalization is services and implications for development. The first part is understanding globalization historical journey. And this is based on work I did 17 years ago in a paper for the Finnish presidency of the EU called Globalization is the Great Unbundlings, which I updated in my 2016 book and my 2019 book. To understand 200 years of history in about 10 minutes, you have to simplify to clarify. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a simple model of globalization, and here it is. You ready? Okay, good. There's a little participation. I don't think we quite have this right. Should we do that ready? Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Now, when I tell a joke, I'll do the same thing. But anyway, so we'll go this way. Arbitrage drives globalization. That's it. And those of you who've studied economics enough and trade theory enough will know that actually Ricardian theory of comparative advantage is just arbitrage on relative prices across countries. But I'd like to round that out, and I think that's the problem. The mainstream view of globalization now stays with that Ricardian thing where it's all about globalization in goods. And maybe they'll talk about investment or other things like that, but it's all sort of a rounding error on the original arbitrage on goods. But I would invite you to think more broadly about what is being arbitraged. In particular, I'd like to focus on arbitrage in 3 things, subject to 3 constraints. The first is goods, which is constrained by trade costs. And I would invite you to think about that as past globalization from about 1820 to 1990. That was what globalization was going on. And I would point out to you that all of our mental frameworks that we use for thinking about globalization developed during that time. From Ricardo all the way up to Melitz, Eaton, Corton, whatever you want to cause it to stop, they were all about arbitrage in goods, and that's what got baked into all of our brains and all of our students' brains. But I would suggest that there was also arbitrage in know-how, which was previously constrained by communication costs, and that is what presently is going on with the unbundling and the inequality and all the stuff we've been talking about here. It went from about 1990 up till I would draw it at 2016.
And the third phase, which I believe is just starting, will be arbitrage in labor services, which is constrained by face-to-face costs, and I believe that will be the future of globalization going forward. Now, in order to convince you of this so-called model, and I have actually published papers with equations and stuff, which, you know, each one takes an hour and a half to present, and about 3 or 4 of you would understand it, and only one of those people would actually care about it. So I'll skip over all that stuff, and instead, what I'm going to do is present this model and all its implications by organizing a quick trot through history of globalization. So here's where we start pre-globalization. Production and consumption are bundled geographically, and there's very little trade. So there's high trade costs, high communication costs, high face-to-face costs, and as a consequence, production and consumption are spatially bundled. People were tied to the land because that's what almost everybody in the world did for most of human history, grow food. And if they needed any manufactured goods like shoes or clothes or nails, it had to be made very close by because it was so expensive to move anything anywhere. Basically, the entire world economy lived in an autarkic state at the village level, and the villages were the same all over the world, which is why the incomes were approximately the same all over the world, leaving out, you know, a few grand cities. This isolated production and the high cost of communication meant slow innovation and thus slow growth. So you think about a blacksmith making nails for a dozen families, and it's miles to the next one doing the same thing. There's almost no demand for innovation, and there's very little supply because who else would you talk about making nails better? The result was the Great Stagnation. So for most of human history, the growth was basically zero. The per capita growth was basically zero. And what I've done here is to chart the big transformations that happened in globalization by looking at shares of world GDP. So on the vertical axis, that's shares of world GDP, and I'm going to track 2 sets of countries, India and China in the purple, and the G7 in the green. Now, if you go back to the year 1000, and this is Madison's data, so he made it up, not me, the G7 share was about 10% back then because the G7 had about 10% of world population. And China and India's share of GDP was about 50% because they had about 50% of the world population. And for the next 800 years, nothing changed. There was very, very little growth. Come 1820, things start to change. Now, the G7 share went up from under 10% to about 20%, but that was mostly due to population growth, due to the Columbian exchange and the population of North America with Europeans. 1820, trade costs fell radically, the cost of moving know-how and people fell much less, arbitrage in goods begin. So this is the first of the cascading constraints. Low trade costs made goods trade feasible, national competitive advantage made it profitable, and this was the first unbundling. So we went from production and consumption spatially bundled to unbundled, and trade arose. That's the classic view of what is globalization, and you see trade costs coming down, you see trade flows going up. That worked for 170 years. But a strange thing happened. Production clusters locally as markets expand globally to save communication cost, not trade cost. So here you see on the left, small market, small production facilities. Big market, big production facilities. Because when you're selling to the entire world market, it became profitable to adopt scale-intensive techniques which are highly complex. And in order to save communication costs on that complexity, they grouped it all together in a factory or an industrial district. In some sense, the Industrial Revolution deindustrialized most of England. Those mills and all those blacksmiths, they all went to Manchester. So it was a micro-clustering with a global dispersion. The micro-clustering fostered innovation and growth, but it was localized in the north because of the high communication costs. So you go from dispersed innovation with very little innovation and no growth to clustered innovation, where you start to get this bonfire where innovation leads to rising market size, which leads to more demand for innovation, which leads to more clustering, which leads to more supply of ideas, and modern growth takes off. It is not a coincidence that globalization and modern growth took off at approximately the same time. Now, the result was the Great Divergence. Because the growth in the North took off sooner and faster than in the South, the G7 share went from 20% up to about 2/3 of the world economy in 170 years. And when I graduated from MIT with my PhD, we all knew that rich countries grow faster than poor countries. It's hard for the people here to remember that, but that was the way it was for 170 years. That's what led to the Great Divergence. And as you can see, pretty soon the whole thing's going to turn around, but we're not there yet. In 1990, information and communication technology, this is going to be our second unbundling. Information and communication technology lowered communication costs and knowledge arbitrage begins. So we have low trade costs, low communication costs, and still high face-to-face costs. The ICT revolution made offshoring feasible, the vast wage differences made it profitable, and we got the second unbundling, which was the unbundling of factories. First one was production and consumption, second one was the factories. And that's what you see. You went from micro-clustered in G7 countries to some of those stages being spatially unbundled and offshore to a few emerging markets. Not many, about 6 or 7 really benefited from this kind of stuff. Now, that had dramatic implications. The arbitrage of know-how began, and G7 firms offshored know-how with the factories and the jobs. So the change in globalization wasn't the offshoring and the outsourcing. It was the fact that G7 firms took their firm-specific know-how in manufacturing and combined it with low-wage labor in emerging markets, thereby completely changing the nature of comparative advantage. Until now, you had to compete in manufactured goods with high wages and high tech or low wages and low tech. Now, China, Thailand, Mexico were doing it with high tech and low wages, which made it extremely difficult for anybody who didn't have the global value chain inside to compete, and it deindustrialized much of the developing world. Competition, China, of course, being the classic example. And in the beginning, it really was G7 firms taking their technology and teaching countries like China and Mexico to produce things that would have taken them another century to learn if they developed their own technology. I mean, just think about it. When GM is producing in Mexico, they're not using Mexican technology to make the doors for the cars that they hope fit in Detroit. They're taking GM technology and bringing it to Mexico, and that sparked an industrialization process in 6 or 7 countries around the world that had never been seen before. It industrialized at an incredible pace in a way that was never known. In particular, protectionism became destructionism. All sorts of things behind the border barriers had to be eliminated in order to attract those factories, and so the nature of trade agreements and trade policy changed from the inside of the developing countries, because what they were trying to do was attract factories, not export goods. Now, as these light bulbs start crossing borders, it triggers a growth process which revolutionized the impact of globalization. And by the way, undermine the monopoly that G7 labor used to have on G7 technology. So it was very bad for the middle working class in the G7 countries, but wonderful for the emerging markets that got this technology. Now, the second unbundling triggered income growth in India and China and a number of others, which triggered the commodity supercycle. So a whole bunch of other emerging markets that had nothing to do with the second unbundling started to grow rapidly because their commodity exports, the price went up and the sales went up enormously. So emerging markets, we really had 3 types. And what I'm going to do is classify them by the value-added sector of the export growth between 1990 and 2020. And you see 3 types here. M types, M for manufacturing, China being the classic. C types, commodity, Brazil being an example. And S types, India on services. So here in this chart, you'll see the value-added source decomposition of the export growth during these decades. China was, you won't be surprised, is 80–90% was coming from the manufacturing sector, the value added. Korea, Turkey, Poland, Mexico, they're all over half. Indonesia's about half-half. Then you got your Russia, Brazil, which are a lot of commodities. Australia is also in there. And there's one strange country, India. 30% of the value added in their export growth came from the service sector. That wasn't like that anywhere else. Now, if you don't remember anything else from what I say today, remember this. Going forward, we're going to see a lot more S-types and a lot fewer M-types for reasons I'm going to expand. But that's the whole point of it. It has happened before, and I say it's going to keep happening. So the consequence of this was the Great Convergence. So we saw the G7 share of GDP, world GDP, go from 2/3 down to under a half in 25 years, which was traumatic. And we've heard the last day and a half about all the consequences that's had, especially in the United States, and on the same side in the emerging markets. And India's and China's share are starting to come back up. Okay, future globalization. Oh, I forgot to start my watch, so I'm going to have 35 minutes. Yeah, that was good. That was a laugh. So you'll see, that's the way I tell jokes, okay? So I'm going to be talking, and I'll say something really excited and look expectant, and that's your cue to laugh, okay? Do you want to practice? Well, thank you very much. But I was going to practice. So we do a practice? Okay, all right, there we go. Good. So I just wanted to give you a little mental, stretching exercise before we come on to the meat of my presentation. So this is future globalization, and since it is the future, I am going to be making up everything from now on, just so you know that, because of this terrible habit of sounding like I believe everything I'm saying, but I just told you I'm going to be making it up from now. But don't listen to what I say, listen to the logic I use, because you're the ones that are going to have to form an opinion as to what globalization will look like going forward. So here we go. Digitech. You like that? Digital technology smashed into a word? I'm trying to TM that one. It hasn't worked so well. But anyways, Digitech is making remote workers less remote and unbundles the service value chain. So the service value chain, which used to often be in a single building, like insurance or something, got spatially unbundled and now increasingly offshored. So now we have the third constraint coming down. This allows what I like to call telemigration, which is people sitting in one nation working in offices in another nation. And I'd also like to call it the third unbundling. International wage differences make telemigration profitable. Digitech makes it possible. And COVID accelerated the third unbundling by getting us all used to dealing with remote workers. I believe this will lead to a global talent tsunami. In the 1990s, there was a talent tsunami in unskilled labor going into industry. In the 2020s, I think there will be a talent tsunami of semi-skilled or skilled workers moving into the service sector. Okay, now I'm coming on to the second part of my talk. Understanding why the future of globalization lies in services. There's 5 main points. It's going to be charts, just all facts. First, goods trade peaked. If we look at the world goods exports to GDP ratio, which is a classic measure of globalization, I've taken 3 versions of that ratio here, and all of them show a peak in 2008. So the one on the left is the classic one. You take the ratio of the value of all world trade over the ratio of the value of GDP, and it was roaring going up, and it's been coming down pretty sharply since, although with some jigs and jags. The middle one does that with value-added exports that takes out the double counting that you get with global value chains, but the pattern is approximately the same. The last one adjusts these for prices, and the numerator is mostly manufactured, and the denominator is mostly services because GDP is mostly services. So the price adjustment makes a big difference. But still, you can pretend that that's going down. But in any case, it's most definitely not going back up the way it was. So the globalization we knew over the last 25 years is over. Trade in goods is not expanding the way it was before and very unlikely to go. So 2008 wasn't just yesterday. This is not a brand new trend. Services trade ratio did not peak or even slow. So this one takes world service trade, the value over world GDP, And you can see from the mid-1980s, that ratio has been on an upward trend. It had jagged down with the global financial crisis, but it's continued to rise, and it's doubled over this time. No slowing down, no peaking, no plateauing at all in services. And just to sort of emphasize that, the difference of what's happened to goods and services, the other chart takes world service value and puts it at 100 in 1980, and goods value and puts it again at 100 in 1980, so you can see the trends. Now, the goods trade is much higher than the services trade, but this allows you to see the trend, and you can see services during this time has increased 15 times, while goods has only increased 9 times. So when I tell you the future of trade is services, this is about 80% of my argument. It's just an extrapolation of statistical trends. Now, here I'm going to skip this. Modern services exports, the emerging market exports share is low, but growing faster since 2016. And that's where I get the 2016 date for the new phase of globalization. So what you see here on the left is a pie chart, 2021. Developed countries account for about 2/3 of all service exports, China 5%, India 5%, and 26% for the whole rest of the emerging markets. But this shows the trends set to 100 in 2016, and you can see the emerging market exports of services was slower than the developed before 2016, but faster after 2016. So this is the other message that I'd like to take away. Not only is the future of trade and services, but it's emerging market exports, which are going to come to be very important. Point number 3 is intermediate services are important. So most of you have probably heard about intermediate goods and global value chains, supply chains, all that sort of stuff. But the same thing is true in services. So intermediate services are services sold from one business to another business, not to final consumers. And as it turns out, about 30% of all gross expenditure in the rich countries is on intermediate services. So this is all the back office stuff, the HR, accounting, finance, all that stuff, 30% of total expenditure. So this is for the French economy, just to illustrate it. And the reason is what I'm going to have here is the buying sectors down the rows and the selling sectors across the columns. So if you look at service intermediates, about 32% of the gross cost of services is spent on other service intermediates. And in the manufacturing sector, it's 24%, a little lower, but still very large, and same in primary sector is large. But because the service sector is so large, 30% of all the gross expenditure in the French economy is on intermediate services. And in fact, if you think about what your friends do with their lives, the vast majority of them are producing intermediate services. Okay, so intermediate service exports are growing especially fast for emerging markets. So on the left, this is the world trend. And so this is in the TIVA database, it breaks down intermediate services into different categories. So here they are. Professional and technical and administrative services in orange, growing quite fast. Information and communication, the yellow, growing even faster. Financial and insurance services, the gray, growing. And transportation and hospitality is the blue one. It's subject to the kind of platforming that goods trade did. Now here, what I've done is take the two fast-growing parts, information and communication technology in dashed lines, both top and bottom, and professional and technical administration with the solid lines. The orange are the exports of the emerging markets, and the blue is the exports of the developed economies. As you can see, the emerging economies' exports, especially these intermediate goods, is growing much faster than the developed economies. Okay, the fourth point is that the wage gap in intermediate services is enormous, which means the possibility for arbitrage is enormous. So I did a paper on telemigration in Colombia with 2 Colombian labor economists, and what we did is we took all the teleworkable occupations in the United States and lined them up with Colombian same occupations and looked at the wage. The median wage difference was 17 times higher in the United States. So this is the kind of country where $5 an hour affords you a middle-class living. Just think about that. when you're thinking about whether they're going to hire somebody to your remote office that's in Bogota or in New York. Number 5, this is an argument as to why the extrapolation will go on. And extrapolating ratios is a bit dangerous business, but anyways, here's my argument. 4 facts and a conclusion. The first fact is that barriers to services trade are right now much higher than barriers to goods trade. 2, most of the barriers to trade in intermediate services are technologically linked, not policy linked. In particular, there are almost no border measures. There's no tariffs or quotas or things like that. Number 3, digital technology is lowering the barriers to intermediate services at an explosive pace, and COVID accelerated the whole thing. And 4th, the demand is huge in rich nations, and the capacity is huge in emerging markets. So I have some charts to show that if there's questions about it. But the point is, if Colombia wants to export manufactured goods, they have to build a factory and infrastructure. To export services, all you have to do is do bookkeeping for a Colombian company and start doing bookkeeping from a company in Florida, and you're exporting. And all the emerging markets have lots and lots of people who are already working in back offices and doing these things. So the supply constraint is nowhere near as evident in services as it is in manufacturing goods. So the conclusion is intermediate service trade will grow much faster than goods trade for the foreseeable future. So there you go, the message, future of trade is services. So this is the same ratio, the other commercial services over total international commerce. And as you can see, it's growing. And if you have a PhD in astrophysics, you'll understand how I put that red arrow on there. For the rest of you, well, I just drew it. So, it's extrapolation, but it sort of looks good. And this is why you should believe the argument that this is going to continue. Okay. Now for the last part, conjectures about the implications of globalization's third unbundling for development. Good news is emerging market miracle will continue and spread, but be based on services, not industry or commodities. So the point is, because they don't have to rely on this offshore manufacturing technology from G7 firms, which have clustered in a handful of countries, most all China. This can spread rapidly to all the countries. So think about a lot of new Bangalores appearing in Africa, providing services to European companies, in Latin America, providing services to North American companies, in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, providing services to Northeast Asia. The constraints that led to the reduced spread of manufacturing don't apply to services. So it's going to continue. The great convergence will continue, in my view. In essence, the same comparative advantage as before. Telemigration allows emerging markets to export their advantage directly. Before, emerging markets' comparative advantage, which was low labor costs, you had to take that labor and put it into a factory or farm, produce goods, and then export the goods. And that factory and farms was a huge problem and gummed up, and very few people managed to do it. With telemigration, you just export the low-cost labor directly into the offices of the developed countries. Service-led development is happening. So the World Bank has a very nice book from 2021 called At Your Service, ? Where they document this trade and growth. And by the way, you heard Danny has switched. Danny Broderick used to be like, industry is the only way to do it. And at a February conference in Washington, he jumped on the service-led development bandwagon. And you heard him say that yesterday, very reluctantly, but he said it. So here's the point. Fact 1, low and middle income workers are leaving the farm for the service jobs, not the manufacturing jobs. That is the structural transformation that is happening in the emerging world. And fact 2, service jobs have higher TFP growth than industry in most low-income and middle-income countries. So what this is from the same report. The blue bars are the TFP growth of services, and the yellow bars are the TFP growth of industry. And we've got the high-income countries, East Asia and Pacific, Europe and Central. And there you can see, it's probably what most of you believe, it's higher for industry than services. But if you look at the rest of the world, Latin America, Middle East, South Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa, The services TFP is growing faster or the same rate of industry, in part because it's very, very difficult to be competitive in industry. China, to take a cardboard cutout, is undermining the industry sectors in many, many emerging markets. Different structural transformation. So think service export-led, not industry export-led development. Think India, not China. Think service value chains, not global value chains. We'll need new development strategies. You should be thinking cities, services, and training, not factories, industrial equipment, and technology. The bad news is telemigration is likely to foster a new backlash against globalization in the advanced economies. My 2019 book is called The Globalization Upheaval, and this is the upheaval I was talking about. Service and professional workers in the G7 countries are not used to automation or wage competition from abroad, and they're getting it at the pace of digital technology advancing. And I think eventually there'll be a backlash. So that's it. Thank you for listening.
So let's open up the floor for questions. And Richard, you can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sirius. Thank you for the speech. It was...
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know, maybe the online people need to hear.
Okay, it was very interesting. Thank you so much. It's very interesting, but also I got some idea of what you're saying about the services, the indicators that you mentioned, they're increasing. Something that I keep in mind, or I just got in mind, is it seems that what you describe, an increase of services, it can be also represent a way of dissect a company in which, for example, I'll give you an example here. TSE asked a graphic designer in Taiwan to do this brochure. But what you mentioned in Colombia is that you will pay for the service that you can do also in the United States, but you will pay lower wages. But if you dissect the companies in the United States, you can ask any company to hire graphic designers in Colombia. And then it's like you take your company and you spread it around the world. It seems like by the indicators that you use, things are changing, but actually you're just spreading the jobs around the globe. But it's not actually that the economy is, or the system is working differently. It's just that you place your employees in different places. That could be a way of saying, but the company itself is the same. You're just hiring from the distance.
Yeah, that's globalization, right? So when you open up trade, things get concentrated producing in countries that have the comparative advantage, and each country specializes in their comparative advantage. So what you're just saying also happened with manufacturing. It also happened with commodities. So that's right. So it's not, I'm not saying there's creating jobs, countries are going to be shifting between sectors within countries, and that will, because it's coordinated by international prices, will lead to an apparent shift of production across countries. Go ahead, Danny, please, I'll come to you.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Many congratulations. I have 2 points to make. One is a question for you, and second is a conjecture that I'd like to get your view on. The question for you is your prediction about how services will be the future of global trade. And I wonder if there's a prior question to that, is whether global trade has a future at all. And that your statement might be that if the global trade does have a future, then services will be it. But the prior question is that to the extent that we think geopolitical rivalry is bringing about decoupling, grudgingly, but it is, then decoupling and sanctions against countries that are our economic competitors is an equal opportunity occupation. The West or America sanctions certain economies, not because of the goods that they export, but because they are competitors and are viewed to be stealing our jobs. That narrative, it seems to me, translates very easily from manufacturing to services. So if China is the focus of this now, India will be in the future for exactly the reason that you described. So I wonder if that's you think that that's a way to think about the future more generally. So that's my question to you. My second point is an observation that I'd like to get your view on. Regardless of what happens to exchange across countries, Digitech and the great unbundling that you refer to can also apply within countries. The emergence of the gig economy, the rise of platform workers is an unbundling of the kind of services that traditional retailers provide. And I wonder if you feel that the forces you've identified might apply with even greater impact onto what happens within countries rather than on trade across countries. Thank you very much.
Right. So let me start with the observation. Absolutely true. And in fact, that's where it started. For instance, with COVID, there was very little offshoring of the jobs right away, but people went to lower cost places. But think about what happened with call centers. So first of all, if you were in the US and you had problems with your telephone, at first there was somebody with a local accent. Then it was somebody with a Southern accent, and then it was somebody with an Indian accent. And I think the same sort of progression will go. But it's absolutely true that it's unbundling of the service value chain and spreading out to where it's lower wages. And certainly with certain services where cultural awareness or language or whatever is really important, it may very well be in the same country. That for sure will be part of this thing. But the arbitrage within countries is an order of magnitude less than internationally. It's big, but it's nowhere near like 15 times. So the second thing is I would assert that all the great 21st century challenges to trade, which are geostrategic tensions, climate change, and digital technology, things like cyber attack, I would argue that they're systematically less forceful on services than goods. So for instance, if you look at all the protection that's risen since 2016 and Trump started his war on trade, not a single thing has been on services. It's all on goods. Because people get upset about goods. The whole political economy thing is set up to protect goods, not services. So I believe that services will slip through. The other thing is it's quite difficult to protect services. There may be ways of doing it, and they may invent some once this upheaval starts, but at least in the first instance, it's really hard to protect services. Because think about this, most of these services are an attachment to an email. How would they even know it was happening? And in fact, one of the problems with services is the statistics is terrible because it's so hard to even measure it, which also means it's pretty hard to stop it. I'm not saying it's impossible, and we can think of ways to happen it. But I do think both climate change, extreme weather that could knock ports off, the geostrategic tension is mostly about a few strategic goods, but maybe goods more generally, but not services. And so at least if you leave China out of the equation, I think there's several billion office workers who are willing to work for $5 an hour who aren't behind the Chinese service wall. So thank you very much for that. Who's next? Chris, please.
Thanks very much. Very much enjoyed the talk. I had a question about structural constraints on developing countries becoming sort of on the receiving end of this, being brought into it. I'm thinking particularly education, training. Right. What is needed? How do these countries, where do they get the income, the revenues that are necessary to plow into that area?
Right, thanks. Can I have my slides? I have slides. Could I have my slides back? Well, anyways, I'll tell you when the slides come, I'll show you what it is. We get the slides back up? Here we go. Just go down, just scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. After the, scroll down a little more, please, a little more. Keep going, keep going. A little more, okay. Okay, okay, there we go. Just one more bit. There's big supply of internet. Oops, no, down, just went back down, back down. Right there, sorry, that's a bar chart. Right there, okay. Big supply of intermediate service workers in emerging markets. So you can look up how many people work in what sector in emerging markets. And so what I've done is take the people who work in these modern sectors, which is a service sector, less transportation and travel and accommodations and stuff. And you'll see Korea at 17% of the people, Mexico 17%, Turkey 11, Brazil, India, China. India only 5%, Indonesia only 3%, but South Africa, for instance, 17%, compared to the United States, which is 21%. So the point is all these services are already being provided locally, and there are big employments. So these guys who are doing bookkeeping and processing SPECS accounts and doing financial reports and working out people's payrolls, they already exist in all these countries. Now, it's true that it will be middle-income people in middle-income countries in big cities who benefit from this. Because first of all, you need a steady electricity supply. You need access to a device that's connected to the internet, and you need steady internet. And in this world, that makes you middle class. And it probably means you're in a capital city of some emerging country, whether it's Nairobi or Lagos or Bogota or Quito or whatever. But those are the people that are going to do. So I think those cities will start to look like Bangalore. So I didn't mention this, but I also think we need a new development theory. And if I were a younger man, I would have already done this. It probably is going to look like urban development theory, the Hoyt model in particular, but spread out. Because the original growth model, where it's structural, has an idea of backward and forward linkages going through industry. It's basically the Rostov stages of growth sort of stuff. But this works in a different way. It'll be almost like a commodity where somebody with a copper mine is earning foreign exchange and they're spending it locally and it creates a local economy. And if you do it right, you get a rising middle class and the whole thing takes off, like it did in Bangalore. But it will not look like China or Vietnam or the excellent lecture we had yesterday of the sequence you have to go through if you're doing industry-led development. It will work in a different way. So I don't know if I answered your question, Chris, but at least I talked for a while. That was a joke. Thank you very much. Okay, please.
So in terms of the barriers to this, maybe you can say something about certification. So there seems to be a trend in, maybe a way of protecting against this is that, if you're going to be a lawyer, you're going to do these type of services, we need to certify you if you're going to, and so that's a form of protection against this. And then the other is that to the extent that these are simple tasks that don't require certification, then automation is going to come relatively quickly. And so, if I'm a country, I'm investing in complementary services or infrastructure in order to kind of tap into it, how long am I going to have to benefit from this if ChatGPT is going to be doing this in the future?
Right, two very good questions. So on the first one was certification. That's why I was stressing intermediate services. So as it turns out, trade and services, most trade economists will tell you, is extremely protected by exactly what you're talking about. It's almost impossible to sell medical service directly to US consumers, or even financial services directly to US consumers because of the certification. But for some reason or another, the entire value chain leading up to that financial service, like somebody working your pension numbers in a spreadsheet that's then given to somebody who has a CFA who can sell to you in the United States, that is completely unregulated. We trust the lawyers, the doctors, the architects, the dentists, the engineers to monitor the people doing the intermediate services, and it's basically unregulated. So as a consequence, like if you look at the OECD's Trade Restrictiveness Service Index, which goes through these things, it focuses on final services or local presence sort of things, but not accounting services. So that's why I focused on that. The second one is the substitutability between AI and RI. AI being artificial intelligence and RI being remote intelligence. And that is a real issue. So in a recent paper with Toshi Okubo, we did this, what we called the globatics diagram. I've been trying to TM globatics, but nobody likes it besides me. It's globalization and robotics smashed together, applied to the service sector. But what we did is we took the Frey-Osborne index of automatability of occupations and put it on the vertical axis, and the Dingle-Neumann index of teleworkability on the horizontal axis, and plotted all the occupations. Now, some of them are up in the Northeast where they're both automatable and offshoreable, and the substitutability point is there. So that's for real. And in particular, if you really want to see this on the ground, the Indian large outsourcing companies like Infosys are heavily invested in the AI stuff. And they're firing call center workers in India and replacing them with chatbots. So that's well underway, and they're doing that. But not everything is in that northeast corner. Some of it's not automatable, some of it's not offshoreable. And so the point that it's substitutable affects some of these things, but not all of them. But I agree, it's going to be an important point, especially in the easiest stuff. But I can assure you that the business processing outsourcing sector is just booming right now because of the arbitrage of these things, but maybe it won't. Should I get Bill, please? Or who did I miss? Oh, the chairman? Oh, you have a question. Okay, please.
Almost out of time, but you made an argument about how the reduction in trade costs in the earlier period and the reduction in I think what you call face-to-face costs leads to income convergence. So I want to see whether you can expand on that a bit, because I don't quite get it. That is, I expect there to be gains, but it's not clear why it would disproportionately lead to gains for poor countries relative to rich countries. I mean, it just...
Right, so it's because it's arbitrage in labor services, and they're the ones, many of the emerging markets are where it's low priced, and so this trend is going to allow them to export a lot more. And the rich countries are going to be importing a lot more, and there will be gains from trade in the rich countries, but it will be like export-led growth in the developing countries. So just to take the analogy again, think of Bangalore and how the rapid expansion of service exports completely transformed that region because of the export earnings. That's what I think is going to be going on. So I think it will trigger income takeoffs in developing countries. That's no more complicated than many more Bangalores around the world.
But I guess if I think about, say, suppose I'm thinking about Switzerland and India, if I just think in terms of any basic model, the gains to Switzerland are just going to be much larger than the gains
for the consumers. That's right, absolutely. Gains from trade on the consumption side. But gains from trade on the consumption side rarely spark income growth, especially in emerging markets. So that the thing is you have all these people in Bogota and Quito and Buenos Aires totally underpaid by global standards. And when you take them from $3 an hour to $5 an hour and they start spending, that can trigger a growth takeoff. So that's my argument. I agree it's not very well fleshed out, but that's the basic argument. Bill, please. And I guess, well, I'm asking as chairman here too, so.
Could you say more what you're assuming as far as the productivity of remote work versus face-to-face interaction? I think Ed Glazer has, I heard Ed Glazer give a talk on, very skeptical about the value of remote work, that there's dramatically lower on-the-job learning from remote work than there was from face-to-face interaction, lower rates of promotion for remote workers. Companies vastly prefer to hire in-person workers over remote workers, et cetera.
Yeah, okay, so that's a anecdotal-based logical argument, and I get it, but a lot of what you're saying...
It wasn't anecdotal from Ed Glazer, there was evidence for this.
Okay, but he's talking about domestic telecommuting, I suspect. That's what he's saying, training and all.
Probably, yeah.
Right, okay,
yeah.
so I'm talking about international. And so that's why I put up all those things which showed since 2016, exports of these types of services from developing countries are growing very rapidly. And it comes through the business processing outsourcing industry, the knowledge processing outsourcing, shared centers, freelancing, stuff like that. It's growing very, very rapidly. So it just fall back on, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It is growing quickly. So I think what we have to figure out is why is it growing quickly and will it continue, rather than an argument that it's not working out for the remote workers in the United States, therefore they're not going to do it. My feeling is that those remote workers who left New York City and went over to New Jersey to have a bigger house, they're going to be replaced by somebody working in Mexico or Guatemala, or not Guatemala, but say Costa Rica. So maybe I should stop there.
So let's end it there. Let's thank Richard.
the slides up, please. Perfect. Ah. Is this microphone working? Good, great. Okay, well, I'd like to start too, just as Richard Wan did, by thanking everybody here for inviting us to what is a really nice event. It's not often you get so many economists and political scientists in the same room. So let me start by identifying my product differentiation. I'm not going to talk about trade. I've got no comparative advantage with Baldwin there, so we'll move on from that. There'll be no jokes, and there's no pictures either. Part of that is because I'm sensitive to the fact that a lot of people here, English won't be their first language, so my slides basically to help you with my somewhat bowdlerized Australian English language. The other thing that I want to do is basically say something about, I'm sorry to do this, something about method. I mean, basically I'm going to, I wasn't sure when Richard and I were on the same panel where our respective advantages may lay, but I'm going to have a more political, institutional approach to this as opposed to an economic one. So I think in actual fact, without us planning it beforehand, it works out quite well. The point that I want to start with is that we were asked to talk about development and sustainability. Development and sustainability won't go away. I mean, there are still something like 2 billion of the world's 8 billion population living in absolute poverty, $5 a day, something like that, and 2 billion living in relative uncertainty from, say, $12 to $110 a day, something like that. So it is a big issue. The second thing I want to say by way of presentation, and I liked Richard's expression, and I'll take it, and that is simplify to clarify, because the presentation I'm going to give you is in two parts. And the first part is basically a very quick, dirty, partial history of development theory over the last 50 or 60 years. And I know that this will distress some people. I know that William doesn't like the way we use expressions like Washington consensus or neoliberalism, but I think they are useful, what I would call hosting metaphors for describing different kinds of epistemic discourses. Sorry about the language. So what I want to do is identify very quickly what I consider to be the 6 principal epistemic discourses of development that have taken place in the last 50 or so years. Basically from what now looks quite bizarre early sociological modernization theory of the post-colonial era through the Washington and consensus era. And I don't treat this as a pejorative expression. I treat it as a mode of analysis, as a metaphor to describe that particular period, into what I call the post-Washington consensus. And that doesn't mean Jake Sullivan 3 or 4 days ago. It means what followed the Washington consensus at the end of the 20th century. I then have a category, none of these, by the way, are discrete categories. They're fungible and fuzzy in terms of the way they run into each other. But then basically an argument that the idea of thinking about development was kind of incorporated into globalization and the neoliberal or neoclassical, if you want, economic orthodoxy. The last 2 phases bring us into the 21st century. And one is where sustainable development suddenly becomes an institutional and a political concept that is used in the development community. And finally, I want to bring it into the age of geopolitics. And to give you my conclusion at the beginning of my presentation, let me say that basically what I think is happening is that the notions of development and sustainability are basically being squeezed and marginalized in an era of geopolitics. And if I'm looking for a point of differentiation with my presentation and Richard's presentation, it will be to take up from Danny Quah's comment, which I think effectively he was saying that what Richard referred to as the backlash. I think I probably with Danny in thinking that the backlash is a lot more salient and a lot more significant as a determining factor than maybe Richard sees it as. And maybe that's because he's a glass half full man and I'm a glass half empty person. So without more ado, let me move on quickly. And I asked the question, whose knowledge is it that we're talking about? And one of the things I'm particularly keen, we all know what professional academic careers are like. You specialize or you perish in scholarly life. And that is how you make your reputation in your discipline. But we also know that that kind of parsimony doesn't lead to what we might call good policy making, and it doesn't lead to necessarily to the best kind of explanation. So I've always been a kind of a Hirschman type of guy who likes to trespass. Notwithstanding my ignorance in other disciplines, I think it's important to have a go at them. And the thing I've been particularly concerned with in my professional career, picking up from my friend and mentor, the late Susan Strange, is the mutual neglect that seemed to have existed for so long between international politics and international economics. And the thing that's been really refreshing about this conference is that's not seemed to exist here. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing, I'm not comfortable with what we might call monocausal explanations of world order. And the way that sometimes one particular explanation is in the ascendancy and another one is not. And we are clearly in an age where the security and geopolitics is suddenly, as the French would say, mot du jour, flavor of the month. But I actually see 3.5 problematics of world order. Security and geopolitics, economics and markets, culture, civilization, and identity. And for the purpose of this presentation, I've identified what I call half a problematic, which is development and sustainability. So there we go. Just very quickly, when we first started about development in the 50s, we had this very optimistic assumption that change and development were easy, that modernization equaled westernization equaled good. And if you don't believe me, just go back to the early literature of the 50s and the 60s. Now, for students of politics, driven by the work of Max Weber, that was about how we moved from patrimonial to legal rational authority and decision-making. For students of sociology and society, it was how communities went from being particularist to universalist in their thinking. And for economics, and Richard mentioned it, it was Walt Rostow's little metaphor of so many developing countries as airplanes sitting at the end of a runway waiting to take off into self-sustained growth. And it was, and since I heard Danny Roderick use the expression narrative yesterday, I feel quite comfortable using a narrative in economic company. It was basically the dominant narrative of that period. But of course, what we know is that it was abject failure. When modernization theory met practice, it failed abysmally for a range of reasons. Competitive domestic politics in the colonial era, negative residues of colonialism, corrupt and weak political institutions, political instability. And it pretty soon gave rise to a radical alternative that was known in the 60s and the 70s as dependencia theories of development, built on the back of structuralist theories of unequal exchange, particularly in a Latin American context, with economists like Raul Prebisch and the Italian Alighieri Emanuel. And it saw alternative ways of thinking about development, particularly in an African context, theories of autarky, and in a Latin American context, attempts to drive import substitution industrialization. But there was an inherent contradiction in dependency theory too, and the madness of the development of underdevelopment hypothesis, which if you took it logically, it meant that development would never happen in the developing world. And the problem was we actually tendered Asia, Africa, and Latin America together at once. What was happening in East Asia? I was a grad student at the London School of Economics at the time of dependency theorists and all the problems of Latin America, and no one was paying much attention at that time to what was happening in East Asia. And of course, the thing that it was captured in a landmark, I hate that expression, Joe Biden uses it a lot, inflection point. But one of the landmark changes was the production of the World Bank's East Asian Miracle Report. And it gave rise to a whole host of cliches that, if they didn't come directly from the report, came from around the report. So we started talking about flying geese. We started talking about Nixon knees. We started talking about how export-oriented industrialization had triumphed over ISI. And it gave cause to us to start talking about the East Asian development model, which brought in dimensions that were not there in modernization theory. Good, non-corrupt economic practice, purpose-designed public policy, and the relationship between investment and development and the role of the international financial institutions in this process. But that too slid into my fourth, I teach a whole course on this, and I'm going through 6 phases in 5 minutes, so I do apologize, and I hope it doesn't offend people's sensibilities too much. But what the Washington Consensus did was it identified the key parameters of global economic management, good global economic management, and specifically the policy prescriptions for financial adjustment in developing countries. But this too was firmly a Western social science in the sense that modernization theory was a social science. And it held sway for 15 to 20 years, basically, until the Asian financial crisis at the end of the 20th century. And the Asian financial crisis was not, as then IMF President Michel Camdessou said at the time, to be a window of opportunity to consolidate the Anglo-American model of economic development at the expense of the East Asian development model. Rather, the crisis turned out to be a spur to a role for re-regulation and the importance and capacities of the state in the political economy of globalization. And I'm sorry, I should have moved on to that slide for that. So just have a quick look at that while I flip over. And again, and I'm using language in this epistemic sense to try and identify ways of thinking and ways of talking. I mean, not many good things about growing old, but one of them is that if you hang around long enough, you hear language becomes fashionable, and then it becomes repackaged, and then some new language comes, and then the old language comes back repackaged again. And we move to what I would now describe as the post-Washington Consensus phase after the first phase of the Washington Consensus. And the key buzzwords here was that it brought in expressions like growth with equity. It saw people like the then president of the World Bank, Jim Wolfensohn, talking about the importance of stability, equality as necessary prerequisites for the developmental process. And the consensus also reflected a new set of languages, a new lexicon, if you like. It didn't reject markets, by no means, and the dominant economic underpinnings of the Washington Consensus were to be found in the post-Washington Consensus. But it brought in another set of language, captured, for example, in Amartya Sen's Development and Freedom. And many of you here will remember how surprised, and I use surprised diplomatically, some people were when Sen won the Nobel Prize. Institutionally, you saw the change in the way that the institutions, I mean, the World Bank began to talk about itself as a development bank. It created the GDN. The UN set up through Kofi Annan's office, the Global Compact. The UNDP, through Inga Kao, created a whole agenda on global public goods. And even the WTO felt that its round, the Doha round, had to be a development round. So basically, we got this change of language. And also added to this language was the lexicon of expressions like civil society, social capacity, capacity building, governance, institutional architecture. So this was the epistemic language of this next period, trying to reflect the change. And what I've tried to do is capture, and I'm afraid I produced this 20 years ago, and I can't remember who I plagiarized it from. I know that the right-hand column is mine, but I think the left-hand column might have been John Williamson's. But what I tried to do was show the differences between what we might call the old and the new emphasis of a Washington and post-Washington consensus. And the thing that you get by looking at the right-hand side is the shift in terms of the idea of, instead of getting prices right, getting institutions right, recognizing that markets were constructed. It was a more classically liberal as opposed to neoliberal approach towards thinking about these things. And reform processes were not simply for the governance sector, they were for the private sector as well. But, and here I'm more or less up into the contemporary period, the end of the consensus came with the growing globalization backlash. And this has been a critical phase in development thinking. There we go. And particularly here were the issues of a growing understanding of the lack of legitimacy. Globalization generated wealth massively, enhanced aggregate wealth. It clearly took lots of people out of poverty in the developing world. But as we all know, and we've heard it from other people at this conference, so I'm not going to labor the point, there were questions of legitimacy, there were distributional questions, particularly in manufacturing sectors in developing. And so what we saw was an argument that I've tried to capture again in just a cliched expression of people saying we need more Polanyi and Keynes than Hayek. And this, I stress, was not a rejection of the market, but a recognition of the need to think about governance and regulation in these processes. So we came into the 21st century, and what we see here is suddenly this word sustainability hits the agenda. And in 2015, of course, the UN created the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, identified 2030 as the time when these goals were to be achieved, and talked about moving from billions to trillions in development assistance. And where I think this is useful is that Richard clearly was interested in the market and what that can do. And what I'm trying to do here is say that there was a continuing conversation also going on in what we might call the professional development and aid industry. But the question that we need to pose is just how realistic were the aspirations of the 2015 Sustainable Development Agenda. It's quite clear that we cannot hope to maintain the materially profligate lifestyles that we've all lived. Very difficult if you're teaching 25-year-old graduate students and you're a 70-year-old boomer and you've got to explain to them why my life was opulent, big pensions and full employment, and theirs is much more difficult. And as we've progressively come to say that we have to look at the profligate nature of where we behaved in the past, it seems a bit unfair that it's put on the generations of the future while we all had a rather good time out of it. Another problem, of course, was that the DFIs and the MDBs are permanently undercapitalized, and the finances required to meet the special development goals are simply not there. And of course, they're further hampered by both ecological and global health crises. There's no real architecture, and this was explained very nicely to us this morning, the way in which, for example, the COP process is largely a voluntary process. The fact that 184 out of 195 partners basically ratified the Paris agreements doesn't mean that they all engage in their implementation and compliance in the same way. And of course, the targets are self-binding. The other thing, of course, and we've seen a good discussion of this in this conference, is the impact of populist politics and geopolitical strategizing on the way the world works. And the one thing that I think we've not spelled out yet is the degree to which one of the major changes of this, and Trump didn't invent it, but he certainly accelerated it, is that a lot of geopolitical strategizing is now bilateral, anti-environmental, and transactional, and largely zero-sum. I do have a theory that, in part, this is to do, in some ways, with the... I won't digress on this, but I'll throw it in because it will probably irritate people. I think part of the problem we have in engaging in multilateral collective action problem solving is that the principal people who make the decisions are basically narcissistic, sociopathic males interested in zero-sum outcomes that enhance them bilaterally and transactionally, rather than thinking about collective problems. If that doesn't get people going, then I don't know what will. Yes, I just want to make sure, because I'm trying to cut this down. Yeah, let me move on to the issue of geopolitics first. We've done that. Yeah, let me come to the issue of basically the United States and China. And this is where, I suppose, this is where the professor of international relations comes out of me in terms of, rather than being a professor of economics. Geopolitics is back, and it's back with a vengeance. And I have to say, I'm not happy about it. I thought we'd managed to marginalize the security studies specialists over the last few years, but they were just sleeping, waiting for their moment. But of course, the relationship between geopolitics and geoeconomics has to be one of the major blocks to joined up policymaking in global development and the sustainability agenda. And current global macroeconomic climate creates overwhelming challenges, whether it's high inflation, financial instability, low growth prospects, strained fiscal balance, etc. These are all inhibitors of a development and sustainability agenda. And the development funding gap, of course, is widening. And at the risk of sounding too apocalyptic, I do think we have the darkest view of the general breakdown of global order now in 2023 than at any time since the height of the Cold War in the early 1960s. But I'm not one of these people who says that this is going to lead to Cold War 2.0, because I think that there are other elements to it. But let me just say something about the US-China relationship and its implications for developing countries. US-China attitudes to their own role in world order basically drive geopolitics. The issue for the United States, for example, is where other states stand on its relationship with them, and on particularly the war, in particular the war in Ukraine. And the US pays very little attention to the impact of economic sanctions on developing countries. And I think it's quite fair to say that development and sustainability now play second fiddle, for want of a better expression, to geopolitics. Many developing countries think the West is not serious about development. Some developing states are taking their lead or find that China's calls for a new balance of world order to be attractive. For example, I mean, and Xi Jinping has become quite bullish since his particular diplomatic success in the Middle East recently, and likes to talk very much about his role as a peacemaker, as opposed to what he sees as the US's role as a war maker. I'm making no judgments about this, I'm describing this. But I do think it's fair to say that the West's position as the dominant source of ideas for development, I can do that, that's fine, no longer remains unassailable. Many states look to China for ideas, not in total, and it doesn't mean that they're naive about what China is. But many developing countries actually are prepared to look in that direction just as much as they're prepared to look towards the US. But part of the problem is that many developing countries see the US contemporary approach, basically the US's existential battle between democracy and authoritarianism, to be problematic. Indeed, Biden's democracy authoritarianism narrative is something of a red flag or a red rag to a bull in many developing countries. Democracy promotion is thought by developing countries to take precedence over economic development. And authoritarianism is less of a concern for many in the global south, and the global south is another one of those problematic expressions. But authoritarianism is a concern for many in the global south. But it doesn't mean that they are not prepared to sit at the same table with authoritarian regimes, even though they might not be authoritarian regimes themselves. 2 more slides, and then I'm done. Yeah, and what I do in this slide is I try to suggest that China is not the common enemy for many developing countries that we would like to portray it as. And notwithstanding the instrumental and the strategic nature of their aid programs, it doesn't mean that they're not significant. They're now the biggest provider of infrastructural funding, and the BRI, I read the other day, is 10 times the size of the Marshall Plan. So they are an important source of infrastructure funding there. And the US has its own existential domestic problems as well. So my point here is that Amitav talked yesterday about a multiplex world order. I like the concept of a multiplex world order, but I also think that you can't understand it unless you recognize that there are 2 600-pound gorillas in that multiplex order too. And one of the things that this is leading to is that many states, many developing countries, basically are thinking how to deal with this. And so I like to say that what we are seeing is not a bipolar world, not globalization 2.0, but what I call a fuzzy binary, where basically, because neither the US nor China are solely hegemonic, but two major powers, one word that I'd not heard at this conference so far is the idea of hedging and the role that well, I don't like the expression, but people are now calling swing states, the role that swing states play in this fuzzy bar. Europe, for example, bandwagons with the US on the security question in Ukraine. But Europe does not bandwagon on the economic question. And in some areas, and I hate this expression too, it likes to think it can generate its own strategic autonomy. But we are seeing those states that are not the world's major superpowers more than at any time in the past, developing their own individual strategies that reflect the hedging strategy where they engage in bandwagoning, balancing, coalition building in a complex way that didn't happen in the past. Now, the USA has basically worked out that it and the G7 are having to share what you might call hegemonic political space with the Chinese nowadays. And they are trying to secure greater support, but it's not proving as successful as I think that would hope it could do at the moment. And Jake Sullivan's speech 4 or 5 days ago was clearly a reflection of a recognition of how there needs to be a greater degree of flexibility in US politics towards the global order in that sense. So let me finish with what I call a few depressing conclusions. Firstly, geopolitics and geoeconomics are in command, geopolitics in particular. The problem is that the development and sustainability agenda is being squeezed out of serious consideration by geopolitics. Conflicts in the security domain grow stronger, while the economic domain sees the USA and Europe talk in terms of, for want of a better expression, what we might call a new 21st century mercantilism. The world's major powers are unlikely to engage in and by this I mean the US and the G7, are unlikely to engage in a redesign of the global economic institutional order to address the core development and sustainability issues. And this is where I think that there is a utility in the two papers that you've heard today or this afternoon. Richard's emphasis, which I find persuasive on the idea of a service-led globalization, is nevertheless going to have to exist in a geopolitical architecture which has none of the kind of what we might call normative, and to a certain extent empirical commitment to institutional collective action problem solving that we knew in the 20th century, and the prospect that it will be a much more kind of competitive bargaining process in this way. So on that note, I'll finish. And I think I've finished on time. So thank you very much. And I do appreciate, thank you. I do appreciate, as the last speaker in this conference, that you've hung around to listen to us. So thank you for that as well.
So thank you. I think that we have a couple minutes for questions. Richard, do you want to just take the question?
Sure. Yes. My eyesight's terrible, so you're going to have to do this.
I'll do it.
You can see Danny. He's on the front row.
Danny.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Richard. The other Richard, a wonderful presentation, and exposition on the narrative of this. I wonder if I might press you a little bit on what you imagine the non-great powers want. A lot of your narrative that emerges from the 60s, the last half century, have as the emphasis, the cynosure of what other nations want, being development and sustainability. But I wonder how much you take the idea that actually that's no longer even high on our agenda anymore. What we're looking at, the nation states that are not the gorillas, in your language, are actually at this point 80% of the world's population. What America and China do is hugely consequential for their populations, but for the rest of the world, this is just 20% of what the world is. And what the other nations want, I think, are much more modest than help to get us to develop onto a sustainable trajectory. It seems to me that there is opportunity here to reopen something like the Bandung principles, the Bandung 2.0, where leaving out the development and sustainability part, but simply this other nations, the third nations, asking for simple things like national sovereignty, territorial integrity, multilateralism, and a level playing field. And then, however global trade emerges, come what may, we're actually happy with that. We don't want any help with that. And I wonder if you think that that's actually a lot more room for optimism, provided that we can get the great powers to appreciate that their model of what third nations want is no longer actually what third nations want.
Well, I will take that in part as a comment and agree with it, and just make a couple of points beyond. I thought, yesterday I asked Dewey a question, and she quite rightly said you didn't understand the Indonesian origins of the Indo-Pacific concept. And I was delighted to be corrected on that, because her view of it, and the view of it being led in a kind of an ASEAN-Indonesian context, struck me as being eminently much more preferable than the idea of some kind of Anglosphere strategic agenda in the region. What I took from Amitabh, well, one of the things I took from Amitabh's presentation yesterday was one of the principal elements of multiplexity will be the growing regional role that can be played in a variety of ways. I've lived half my life in Australia and bits of Asia, and half my life in Europe. And I never cease to be amazed by, and I don't know what you might think about this as well, by the lack of sensitivity and inquisitiveness of most Europeans to things that happen east of the Urals. And the fact that they are the world's biggest trading bloc, that makes them important. The fact that they should punch above their weight more than they do, but that they can't comprehend that their values are not necessarily everybody. Someone who was probably a friend of yours was a great friend of mine. The late Nordin Sopi used to say to me, Richard, take your legal Cartesian formalism back to Europe. We don't need it, when we were talking about regional integration. And there clearly are different ways to do things. And one of the things about a system, which is what I call a fuzzy binary, where there's no single hegemon, and where states will hedge one way or the other, depending on economics or security, is going to lead precisely to that kind of world that you're envisaging. And the reason I talked about the Sustainable Development Goals was because I was taking my brief from the conference organizers to try and say something about that. But if you want my personal opinion, the SDGs look tired. We know that the financial commitments are never going to be sufficient to do it. And clearly the better way for the developing world to develop is the way that Richard was talking about, rather than rely on institutions. But what I do worry about is the degree to which our ability to see the utility of multilateral institutions as information sharing, compliance, capacity building, trust. We're kind of unlearning that. The things that I've taught international relations for 50 years, nearly. The things that I'm having to tell my students now that we took for granted and that we're now unlearning them. We're unlearning the utility of institutions. They're not bad things, but you listen to people talking about Brussels, for example. So I think that the complexity that Amitav talks about and what you're talking about is where we're going. I can see a hand just there.
In the middle, yes.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your explanation. I'm Ellie, one of students of TSE, and I want to ask a question regarding your slide regarding the UN and SDG things. So we are the last two slides.
Oh yeah.
It's regarding the US, and also we keep talking about regionalism. So there is more regional group, and they will have their own characteristic, their own condition, and they might want to have their own policy. So do you think the value and the strength of UN in this world will be like weaker and weaker days by days because there will be more regionalism in the world?
I'm no expert on the UN, but if the question is, do I think that the UN is working in a suboptimal fashion, then the answer is absolutely. If the other side of that question is, do I think that we can have a much more substantial and greater contribution from regions, then I think that is true too. Now, there have been lots of false starts with regionalism, and there's a lot of windy, rhetorical, hot air. I mean, I was living in Canberra when they created APEC, for example, and APEC was going to be the thing that solved all the problems. It didn't. I think, for example, the biggest single mistake that the US made, or that basically Donald Trump made, but I think Hillary Clinton may have done similarly, was to pull out of TPP, because two things happened. One, TPP didn't collapse, and secondly, RCEP has become more important. So the chance that the US had to set the regional economic agenda, it effectively denied itself by moving out of that conversation. And I know that there have been lots of false starts and with regionalism, and I know that, for example, I used to work on West Africa, so I know that what the regional weaknesses are there and in Latin America. But it still makes more sense, logically, to try and cooperate initially at a regional level, as well as trying to keep your global commitment.
It's Davison from Australia, Melbourne Uni. Thanks for your presentation, Professor Higgott. I'd like for you to further comment on Australia's acquisition of the nuclear submarines with regards to Australia's sustainability strategy and like geostrategic development, and sort of Penny One's position that. Yes.
I love the question. How long have you got? Would be no. Look, I think it's actually a nonsensical thing to do. I mean, there was no reason, for example, why, to use my hedging analogy, Australia couldn't have kept its trading relationship with China and its security relationship with the United States. But as you know, there's never been a war the United States has fought that Australia doesn't want to send troops to. It's been with every single one. I think the acquisition or the purchase, they won't arrive till 2040, but the purchase of the nuclear powered submarines, remember they're not nuclear armed, they're nuclear powered, can only send one message in the Asia Pacific, and that is these are not for protecting Australia's borders, they're basically for projection up into the South China Sea. And that was necessary. That was unnecessary. And of course, as as someone who's thinking, I was going to say when I get old, when I get older, who's thinking of going back to retire with all my family in Western Australia, suddenly Western Australia becomes the home for the American Indo-Pacific Nuclear Task Force. And it seems a less attractive place to be in that sense. But to be serious and not just personal about it, I don't think that there is an overwhelming strategic argument for it. And the idea that this is my mixed heritage coming in. The idea that the Brits think that they can come back and be an Asia-Pacific player again after their last ignominious departure from Singapore in 1940, whatever it was, I find a bit odd. And I feel uncomfortable with the broader bit of, look, I think Biden's done a lot of good stuff. And there are elements of American foreign policy that I'm really very supportive of. But this existential obsession with the nature of the democracy authoritarian argument is driving everything. So the whole point about the Indo-Pacific strategy of the Americans, the whole point about AUKUS is it's geared towards one thing, and that is its competition with China. And Danny's comment earlier about uncoupling, and we should probably give you the last word, because Danny and I both think that the geostrategic issues, notwithstanding the plausibility of your argument, are probably much more salient than maybe you gave him credit for. I'm happy to give him the last word.
All right, this is the last word. We're up to time, so go.
So let me weigh in on that in two ways. First of all, I think the decoupling and the tensions is exaggerated. If you listen to the discussion of US-China tension and you remove anything that's talking about semiconductors, electric batteries, or a few medical supplies, there's not much left. So I could easily see, as Jake Sullivan calls it, a small garden of industries, semiconductors, electric batteries, precursors for some drugs, being protected in the US and Europe and Japan with a very high wall. And then we keep trading ball bearings and flat screen TVs and sports socks and tennis shoes without any problem. So I think many people are spinning out this geostrategic tension from a couple small sectors, which collectively account for about 1/7 of world trade and less of world production, and saying it's some huge disaster. Now, of course, humans are perfectly capable of spinning out silly little things into world wars, and that might happen. But the key, I hope, is a guardrail around these hotspots, and it stops there. So that's my first thing. The second thing is a lot of people don't quite understand how deeply embedded Chinese intermediate goods are into the global value chains of every major industrial country. So I did some calculations last year. It showed that every single manufacturing country relies on at least 2% of all their intermediate goods come from China. And this isn't, it's everything, all across the board. Chemicals, machinery, everything. And so to undo that omelet and put it back into eggs will be incredibly difficult, very painful. Now, I think they're going to probably do it in semiconductors, because all of a sudden people have decided, maybe with justification, that semiconductors is one of these industries where you can't rely on the market to do the right things. We have farms and arms. We never rely on the market. Huge, expensive, persistent, invasive government policies to influence the location of production. And now I think we're going to throw semiconductors into that. No matter how much it costs, there'll be gluts, it will be wasteful, but countries have decided they need to have reliable sources of semiconductors. But once we get done with the semiconductors, I don't think it's going to spread very much. So I am an optimistic guy. So that's how I would end it. I don't think these geostrategic tensions are going to spill over very far into the trading system. Just for example, MC12 was held, and despite a war, despite the fact that
two of the people in the room were at war with each other, like tanks on the ground kind of war, and they still made some results, for example, on fisheries and some other, lining up some things, domestic service regulation. So multilateralism is not dead. Somehow or another, people are learning to cooperate. They're expanding CPTPP. RCEP got signed. I don't see the world of trade dissolving into a fragmented world.
Neither do I. I mean, you're quite right about the embeddedness of Chinese economy and economy. Europe clearly is not going to go that. But I think there's a... Choose a mic, maybe. I think that there is, and I'm almost scared to say this, I think there's a civilizational element to this contest at the moment. If you think about it, the only thing that gives any bipartisanship in Washington is China. And I worry that we can't contain these civilizational nativist identity elements of international politics, whether it's Turkey or Modi's India or whatever. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. That closes our last session, so thank you very much. So, Hans or Chairman Huang, do you want to, are there some last words? Okay, all right.
Many thanks to all the panelists. This is the end of our final panel. Now let's welcome Ding Tianji Chen to give the concluding remarks for the conference.
So on behalf of the hosting institution, TSE and TSEF, I would just like to say many thanks for our panelists, moderators, participants here to work very hard toward this two-day conference. I think we have had a great conference at this very important historical juncture. It is our first conference since TSE was established and began recruiting students. Today we have many students here participating in 2 days conference. I believe they have benefited a lot from these important discussions on where we are going from here for very important issues. We have 14 papers presented in the last 2 days. And I think we've been really enlightened by many ideas, provoked by many sort of thoughts on where we are going from here. So really many, many thanks for all the panelists and participants here, and also thanks to our organizers, Amitav and Ping. They really spend a lot of time to inviting these great scholars to gather together. After the COVID-19, in this very important place in Taipei as well, our national library. So just thank you for that. And we will be publishing a proceeding, but the detail of that and the format will be communicated to you after the conference. Again, thank you very much for your contribution, and hope we all have a healthy and good life. Thank you.
Let's welcome the director of the library to do the speak.
Chairman Huang Xiong, the Taipei School of Economics and Political Science Foundation, Professor Tianzi Chen, Dean of the Taipei School of Economics and Political Science, Professor Dehua Chen, CEO of the Taipei School of Economics and Political Science Foundation, all distinguished professor, guests, ladies and gentlemen. The 2 days international conference on political economy, global order, and the world development international conference is ending. This conference featuring world academic has received the ardent support of scholars in Taiwan, and our honored guests from abroad have witnessed the efforts. On behalf of the National Central Library, I would like to express my respect for all your contribution in the past 2 days. The Taipei School of Economics and Political Science and the foundation was founded under the diligent effort of Chairman Huang and the board members. The foundation joined forces with National Tsinghua University to create the Taipei School of Economics and Political Science, in which first-rate experts and professionals will be created to lead the world of ideas. The vision is to introduce a new educational paradigm where teaching history, economy, management, politics, international relations, technology, and ecology. The National Central Library hosts our national collection and multi-faced and international items to provide information services for academic research and use online anytime. We continue to enrich and enforce resources supporting all communities and educators with more free and stable channels through open access. We embrace similar historical visions and realize our goals. This conference held in conjunction together with the National Central Library. There have been 7 important panels of lectures given by experts from the United States, the UK, Indonesia, Singapore, Hong Kong, Switzerland, mainland China, and Taiwan. These have helped us to gain better perspectives and the intelligence of social and technological impacts, economy, norm, and values, geopolitics, domestic politics, aging, and the environment, as well as trade and development in other countries. As this conference comes to a successful close, we are looking to further cooperation between us. I trust that this collaboration will display Taiwan's soft power and make Taiwan more visible to the world. Lastly, I would like to express my thanks again to all the speakers and the guests. Thank you for your active participation and making this conference success. Meaning, lastly, may you all enjoy great health and success. Thank you. Thank you very much.